Alrighty, good morning, everybody. I'm just giving you a few seconds to get settled in here. Welcome in. Welcome to this Zoom meeting, to the second day of CIREQ, Interdisciplinary PhD Student Symposium on Climate Change. It's been a pleasure for us at ForSpace to collaborate with organizers from the Department of Economics, Ola Natishin, and Department of Geography, Planning and Environment, Étienne Guertin and Alexandre Padre for this event. Good morning to you all, and the special guest we have here this morning for the first panel who will be introduced shortly. I'll just start by saying a couple of things about ForSpace and welcoming you on behalf of ForSpace and Concordia University. So if you're joining us for the first time, we are a space on unceded Indigenous land in downtown Gihangange, Montreal. We do collaborate with our community of researchers, students, staff, faculty members to make Concordia research initiatives and course activities publicly accessible, as we are doing today with this event. So I'll note that we are indeed recording and live streaming these sessions, and I'll put those links in the chat in a moment. As you can already see, we are meeting style, so the rules are pretty familiar to most of us, but just a reminder, you can engage in this space via text throughout with any comments or reflections that you might have as folks are talking and presenting. Please join in the conversation during the Q&A periods as well. Those will be moderated, so we do invite you to raise your virtual hand if you'd like to speak, and our moderator will happily call on you. And of course, if you prefer text, we will read out your questions to everyone involved. Participation is encouraged. Okay, on that note, it's my pleasure to pass it over to you, Alex. Good morning.
Good morning, bon matin à tous. Bienvenue à la deuxième journée et la dernière journée du colloque interdisciplinaire sur le changement climatique pour les étudiants au doctorat. So first of all, I'd like to thank our partners at CIREQ, of course, Anna and Douglas at ForSpace, and Concordia University's Loyola Sustainability Research Center. So today will function much as the same as yesterday. We will begin with an hour-long panel discussion between our guests, which is aimed at highlighting the experiences of professionals in their respective climate-related fields. This will be followed by 3 sessions of presentations by PhD students, first titled Renewable Transitions, then Engineering Solutions, followed by Climate Finance. So after each session, you could choose to join a networking session on the Wonder platform, which we'll link in the chat after at the end of each presentation session. And there you can discuss with each other about and with the presenters. And finally, we'll close off today with a fun workshop called Climate Jeopardy. It's a game show-like resource the Climate Emergency Committee at Concordia developed. And it's to help educators teach younger people. So we aimed at like high school and CGEP, help them teach about climate change in a fun and engaging way and have all the resources and information so that they don't have to do the research themselves and they could feel comfortable teaching, because teaching the younger generation is very important when it comes to climate change. And so it's still in development. So what we're going to be doing is playing it, and I want to get everybody's feedback. So I'll be leading that workshop, and it'll be fun. You'll probably learn a bit, and we'll also be able to contribute to an important resource that's going to be given to teachers all over Canada. And with that, let's move on to our careers panel. So we'll begin with a short introduction from each of our panelists. So I'll begin with Dr. Chris Derksen from, he's a research scientist from Environment and Climate Change Canada.
Yeah, thanks. I'm happy to join the panel today. So just to be clear, I'll take about 2 minutes just to provide a bit of background on myself. Is that correct? Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, great. So yeah, I'm a research scientist in the Climate Research Division at Environment and Climate Change Canada. I'm based in Toronto. Just a bit of my background. I have a PhD in geography with a specialization in remote sensing. And I've worked at Environment Canada for about 15 years now. I started as a postdoc, and then that transitioned from a postdoctoral position into a research scientist position. The research group that I work with uses satellite remote sensing and climate models to look at the impacts of climate change on all of Canada, but particularly northern Canada, with a focus on changing snow cover and changing sea ice. Those are kind of the areas of focus that I work on. I think it's just to give a bit of context on what it means to be a government research scientist. I think we kind of occupy a unique and important space for climate science. Number one, I think we're able to perform sustained research. So that's kind of the role, I think, of government science. Universities, as you know, as graduate students, you tend to cycle through on a 2-year or 4 to 5 year cycle as a master's student or a PhD student. University professors have grants that have 2 to 5 year funding cycles attached to them. In government, we work kind of on different timescales. We can build up sustained research programs that we try to maintain and develop and maintain, observed time series, for instance, over 5 years, 10 years or longer. So that's kind of a unique space that government science holds. I think also we're really pushed increasingly so as a government scientist to perform policy relevant research. So we are taxpayer funded, obviously, and so our role is to support the government of the day with providing sort of fundamental knowledge that can be used to inform policy. So our job is not to set policy, we can't prescribe policy, but we want to provide rigorous, robust, international, high caliber research so that the government of the day has the information they need to set policy in the realm of climate change. So related to that, this is a really important point, we have to be nonpartisan. So as a government scientist, my job is to provide information to the government. Obviously, different governing parties have different perspectives, particularly on climate change. But in order for us to maintain our respected role in government and with the public, we can't choose partisan sides. We present factual basis. The culture, the environment in which we produce that work obviously changes from government to government, but I feel it's really important for us to maintain that nonpartisan role as we move our research forward. Finally, my last comment is that we really moved towards an era of open science in government, open data, open access to every paper that we publish. It's really, this has changed a lot over the past 5 years. I mean, many things have changed in climate science, but this move towards open science is something that's really important across the public service. So I'll stop my comments there. Hopefully I didn't go on for too long. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have on sort of the climate science aspects of careers in climate and work in government also. And I'll just say that the field of climate science has exploded over the past decade. There's lots of opportunities, and looking through the program for this event, you just see the really interesting breadth of work that's available in climate science. So it's a fascinating field, and encourage you to explore it fully. So thanks a lot, Alex.
Thank you, Dr. Derksen. So next, Kathia Lavoie is a Conseillère for Affaires publiques at Hydro-Québec.
Oui, donc, hi everyone, bonjour à tous. Je vous remercie beaucoup de m'avoir invité à participer à ce panel. En fait, moi, je suis anthropologue de formation. J'ai de niveau maîtrise. Je vous dirai pas l'année de ma diplomation, par contre. Je suis conseillère aux affaires publiques chez Hydro-Québec depuis quelques semaines, mais je travaille au sein de cette société d'État depuis 2007. Donc, j'étais au sein de la direction environnement, donc spécialiste du milieu humain à évaluer les impacts de nos aménagements et de nos activités sur les gens, les humains. J'avais une spécificité en études autochtones. Donc, mais là, désormais, je travaille aux affaires publiques. Et puis, je peux vous dire que les changements climatiques, c'est au cœur de nos préoccupations. Puis aujourd'hui, je vais vous présenter en fait 6 spécialistes, 6 scientifiques qui travaillent sur la question et qui participeront là, à l'activité d'échange qui va suivre le panel. Je vous invite vraiment à aller discuter avec eux. Vous allez voir que c'est des gens de passion. C'est des gens qui ont à cœur l'environnement. On travaille tant au niveau de l'adaptabilité qu'à limiter les impacts des changements climatiques. Donc, voilà.
Merci, Kathia. Next, we have André-Yanne, Executive Director of Climate Reality Project Canada.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everyone. I'm very honored and humbled to be a part of this meeting today. I am the Executive Director of the Climate Reality Project Canada. We're a non-for-profit dedicated to raise awareness on the urgency of the climate crisis by empowering people from all paths of life to become effective communicators on the climate crisis. So my background is also in anthropology. I'm specialized in religious anthropology and rituals and how people engage and bring meaning into their lives. And funny enough, that makes a lot of sense as well in engaging in the climate movement, in particular in mobilization. So how do people want to join a cause? How does it bring purpose and meaning in their lives? I also share a lecture of a class in climate change and climate justice at the University of Montreal with my great friend Eddie Perez from the Climate Action Network. And I sit on a few boards, including le CRE, le Conseil régional en environnement of Montreal, as well as Mission Inclusion, amongst others. So I am very much looking forward to this discussion. Definitely my background is more around citizen-led initiative, mobilization, and bringing science to people from all walks of life to empower them to bring that message with their peers. So thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, André-Yanne. And finally, we have Keroles Riad, a founding member of the Waste Not, Want Not Compost project at Concordia University.
Thank you, Alex, for the introduction, and thank you for the organizer for having me here. And I'm very happy to be with everybody today. So my name is Keroles Riad. I'm a PhD candidate at Concordia University. My research is trying to make new materials for 3D printing. It has very little to do with climate change, but in 2016, I started this initiative called Waste Not, Want Not, which started as a collaboration between the university administration and my student team, where the university administration committed to increasing the number of compost bins on campus, and my team ran an education campaign to help people learn how to use this new compost bin, how to compost and how to sort and how to reduce their waste. And since we started in 2016, annual composting at Concordia has doubled. So we went from about 43 metric tons for organic waste that was collected the year before Waste Not to about 94 metric tons for organic waste that was collected the year before the pandemic. And what I'm very proud of is that annual overall waste, each Concordian has reduced annual overall waste by 16%. So annual overall waste includes recycling plus composting plus landfill. So everything's being generated on campus. And 16% is the equivalent of 2 months worth of garbage that simply disappeared per person every year. So we're super proud of it. And yeah, so this is our work, and now we're looking forward to continuing that work here, as well as replicating it outside of Concordia and scaling that up.
Wonderful. So, Kathia, est-ce que vous voulez montrer vos diapositifs pour les différents professionnels à Hydro-Québec before we get going? Or...
Okay, yeah. Okay. Do you see some? No. Okay. Do you see something now?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to present you the employment opportunities at Hydro-Québec regarding climate change. Like I said, I will present you some scientific or specialists that work with us. So, okay. Hydro-Québec, les changements climatiques, je voudrais juste dire d'abord qu'on est très fiers chez Hydro de produire une électricité qui est sobre en carbone. Donc, on est fiers de l'énergie renouvelable qu'on produit. Donc, je pense que c'est un des premiers aspects qui est bon là, de mettre à l'avant-scène. Ceci dit, en regard du projet, du sujet qui nous intéresse aujourd'hui, comme je disais, chez Hydro, les changements climatiques, ça impacte à peu près toutes les sphères de nos activités. Donc, on a travaillé un plan d'adaptation au changement climatique. Je ne sais pas si vous le saviez, mais chez Hydro-Québec, il y a un institut de recherche qui s'appelle l'IREQ. C'est là qu'on retrouve le plus grand nombre de doctorants au sein de l'entreprise. L'IREQ, c'est un centre de recherche, un laboratoire des technologies de l'énergie en électrification des transports et aussi en stockage d'énergie. L'un de leurs objectifs, c'est l'acquisition des connaissances, l'élaboration de solutions technologiques sur les éléments critiques à court, moyen et long terme pour la société. Donc, les changements climatiques en font là, clairement partie. On est membre aussi d'Uranos. Uranos a pour mission d'aider la société québécoise à mieux s'adapter au changement climatique. Donc, on est un membre très actif. Et d'un autre point de vue, on a différents spécialistes qui travaillent en environnement, puis qui ont intégré l'impact des changements climatiques là, à leur quotidien. Donc, si je commence, Isabelle Chartier, elle va être là tout à l'heure pour vous rencontrer, pour discuter avec vous. Elle est chercheuse en hydrologie. Elle a une maîtrise en sciences de l'eau. C'est une hydrologue spécialisée en modélisation hydrologique dans un contexte de changement climatique. C'est elle qui est la chargée de projet à l'IREQ pour tous les travaux de recherche en soutien à la démarche d'adaptation au changement climatique chez Hydro-Québec. Elle est aussi impliquée chez Uranos. Elle travaille avec différents universitaires et producteurs hydroélectriques canadiens. Jacinthe, quand je parlais du plan d'adaptabilité tout à l'heure, c'est elle qui en est la responsable. Elle a une maîtrise en sciences de l'atmosphère de l'Université du Québec à Montréal. Puis elle est aussi impliquée chez Uranos comme chercheur associé au programme de recherche en énergie et au projet de recherche lié aux événements hydrologiques extrêmes. Jacinthe est particulièrement volubile et passionnée, donc si vous aimez jaser science, c'est la personne tout indiquée. Mylène Levasseur, malheureusement, ne pourra pas être là pour la période d'échange pour des raisons de santé, mais sachez qu'elle a un doctorat en sciences de la Terre. Donc, elle travaille sur la géomorphologie fluviale. Elle est au sein de la direction environnement. Donc, ses sujets d'intérêt, c'est la dynamique sédimentaire, l'érosion de berges, la dynamique des berges. Vous savez, les changements climatiques, là, ça a un impact direct sur les cours d'eau. Puis nous, les cours d'eau, comme vous le savez, c'est là que se situent nos aménagements. Donc, s'il y a plus de précipitations, on change le régime hydrologique, ça augmente les vitesses d'écoulement, ça modifie la dynamique des berges. C'est des choses qu'on doit tenir en compte. Puis Mylène Levasseur y est dédiée. Martin Perron, archéologue. Certains se demanderont pourquoi un archéologue, c'est quoi le lien entre les changements climatiques? Sachez que Martin, il a un doctorat. Martin travaille en environnement. L'archéologie, là, c'est une des premières étapes de nos travaux. Tout ce qu'on fait chez Hydro-Québec, que ce soit l'aménagement d'un chemin, la construction d'une centrale, la construction d'un cabanon, n'importe quoi, on va vérifier l'impact qu'on a sur le potentiel archéologique, ce qui pourrait s'y trouver. Donc, les changements climatiques, ça vient jouer sur l'érosion, sur l'environnement. Donc, le niveau des crues, la fonte du pergisol, les feux de forêt, etc., ça peut générer des impacts sur le patrimoine archéologique qui est localisé à proximité de nos installations puis qu'on tente de préserver. Donc, identifier les risques et anticiper la fréquence, l'ampleur, la vitesse de ces phénomènes afin de protéger les ressources archéologiques, ça fait partie du travail de Martin. Des fois, avec notre plan d'adaptabilité, on va faire des mesures pour protéger nos aménagements, mais il faut s'assurer que les mesures qu'on met de l'avant n'ont pas non plus d'impact sur le patrimoine archéologique. Donc, Martin, c'est sa façon d'intégrer les changements climatiques à son travail. Philippe Roy, physicien et doctorant en sciences de l'atmosphère. C'est un chercheur en climatologie, donc directement là, sur le thème des changements climatiques. Il travaille à l'Institut de recherche d'Hydro-Québec. C'est là que se trouve son bureau. L'Institut est à Varennes, là, pour ceux qui seraient curieux de le savoir. Donc, son travail est relié au changement climatique, à la ressource en eau, à la gestion des aléas grâce à la modélisation hydrologique, la simulation des données et l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle. Donc, il touche à plusieurs domaines de par ses activités. Il collabore également avec Uranos, c'est un chercheur sur le développement des scénarios probabilistes puis la correction des biais des extrêmes. Donc, voilà. Le dernier, Alain Tremblay. Alain devrait être là aussi pour la période d'échange. Sachez par contre qu'il est au terrain, quelque part sur la côte nord, donc il va arrêter sa voiture pour participer à l'événement. Ça se pourrait qu'il rencontre des difficultés techniques, mais il souhaitait être là. Pour nous, c'est important de sensibiliser les étudiants. Il y a des opportunités d'emploi intéressantes chez Hydro-Québec. Donc, Alain, il a un doctorat en sciences de l'environnement et un post-doctorat industriel, travaille principalement sur la dynamique du mercure, dynamique des gaz à effet de serre. Il y a eu beaucoup de publications scientifiques sur le sujet. L'océanographie estuaire. Il travaille lui aussi avec Martin Perron et Mylène Levasseur à la direction environnement chez Hydro-Québec. Sachez qu'on a une équipe de spécialistes de tous les domaines à la direction d'environnement. Sont une trentaine. Puis, on a des gens aussi en support, là, plus d'une centaine. Donc, l'augmentation des précipitations, ça a un impact qui pourrait se traduire par des apports là, de carbone ou des émissions de GS un peu plus importantes qu'on les connaît actuellement. Donc, c'est un des aspects qui préoccupe Alain. Donc, c'est ça, ça fait un petit peu le tour. Vous voyez, moi, je ne suis pas spécialiste là, des changements climatiques, mais on va en discuter à travers le panel. J'ai quand même un rôle au niveau de la littératie, la vulgarisation scientifique, puis aller chercher aussi comment dire, l'implication des Québécois dans les décisions d'avenir qu'on va prendre au sein de la société d'État. Donc, encore une fois, je vous invite à aller discuter avec nos spécialistes à la période d'échange. Je vais fermer ça.
Merci, Kathia. So sorry I didn't make it clear at the beginning, many of these professionals who work at Hydro-Québec will be on Wonder for our networking session after the panel. So with that, those are all our panel members, and I will pass it on to Olha to start the discussion.
Thank you, Alex. Hi, everyone again. So I'll start with the first question. Framing it in this way, we know that climate change is widely recognized as interdisciplinary issue. So how are these interconnections showcased in your work environment? And if they aren't, what do you think would be required to change that? And as a continuation, do you feel that through your work, you're making a difference in terms of climate change? Dr. Derksen, maybe we can start with you.
Put me on the hot seat to go first. Okay. Well, I would say that in the federal government, one thing we struggle with is the multidisciplinarity and the structure of a large bureaucracy. So I work in a climate science group, so we are very much focused on climate science. There are different parts of Environment Canada that do emissions monitoring, inventories, that do international climate negotiations. Obviously, we want to be able to have all of those different parts of the climate puzzle fitting together and communicating with each other. Doesn't always work that way. So I think there's a real challenge for us in government to make sure that the science is getting to the policy people, that the international negotiations folks are informed with the current science. So that's like an internal, probably internal issue that we need to work on. I will say that what has changed a lot, and I really see this in the younger people coming into our workforce, is this idea when I started that I was a climate scientist, I should just keep my head down and do my climate science. Now we understand that scientists have to do a much better job at being able to communicate their science to the public, to their scientific colleagues, to their non-scientific colleagues. We need so while you need to develop as a graduate student, you have to work on your technical skills, you write your thesis, you work on your research. I think people are coming out of that experience now with a better understanding that it's not enough for me just to be a good research scientist. I need to be a scientist who can also explain my work. So can I tell my uncle what it is that I do and why it's important? That's something that I was never able to do when I was younger, and I've tried to develop that, as part of the job. So hopefully that's kind of answered your question. I think the second part was, do I feel like I'm making a difference in terms of climate change? Again, I would say, yes, certainly on the scientific side, Environment Canada is a wonderful place to work. We have excellent support We've always had excellent support for the work that we do. And so as a scientist, I feel like I've been able to sort of advance climate science. So now the challenge more and more is to ensure that that science has more meaning to more people, and that everyone has free and open access to that science in a way that is understandable for the non-climate scientist. If we can make improvements and strides in that area, that will really, I think, push things forward even more than maintaining kind of our scientific profile, which is important, but we want to make sure that the science, the data, the information, the communication, all of that is made available to Canadians in an open, nonpartisan, and kind of rigorous way.
Thank you very much. Andrea-Yanne?
Yes, thank you. As I was mentioning, we work in education on the climate crisis, and our goal is really to empower people from all paths of life to become effective communicators themselves on the urgency of the climate crisis. And how do we do that is we provide very large trainings, and all the materials that we're sharing in those trainings are based on the science. And what it tells us very clearly is that climate change is a threat multiplier. So that means that any issue that exists in our world is worsened by the impacts of climate change. In other words, you can't really properly address the climate crisis without addressing poverty, without addressing racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, and all the other issues that literally plague our society. And when we work on the element of communication, we train people on the storytelling component. And the truth is, when people share their experience of climate change and share their stories, what they're sharing is very rarely, a precise amount of greenhouse gas emission. What they will share is all of these cumulated impact based on where they're located, their specific reality, their identities, and how does that have an impact in their work, in their environment, and their community. So at the very core of our work and in our DNA, I would say that everything is based on this intersectionality and how true experience of climate change is also expressing all of those connections. And on the question of how our work is making a difference, first of all, what we do is really, it's a model of distributed engagement. And in different theories of change, we see how when people have the power and understanding of how they can impact their own communities and their own environment, that can lead to very powerful types of change. That can lead to a lot of cooperation, solidarity in communities. And that is something that we try to really enforce and build upon. We focus a lot on local action all across the Turtle Island, what is now called Canada. And we are also an international organization. So that means that what we do at a local scale didn't get brought up to scale through international action. We have 1,500 trained climate reality leaders in Canada, but they're a part of a movement of over 30,000 people across the world who have received a similar training or adapting that vocabulary to their own communities. So collectively, through their network, that brings very effective hands-on change in various communities across the world. So that is one thing that I feel brings a lot of difference. The other thing is the public policy literacy component. So we want people to, yes, be mobilized, but mobilization will require effective, ambitious, and accountable policy to be able to really translate effective change in our communities. So that means if people don't necessarily understand what are the policies that are impacting their communities, do not take action in them, we may not see the same type of change. So we have dedicated programs to our community climate hubs, for example, that really is dedicated to enforce and empower people to understand what type of change can happen at the municipal level and really push to accelerate a rapid transition at to push their local administration, may it be a band council or a city, in that direction. So that's something that can really lead to communities really participating, effective participative democracy, changing policies and ensuring that whatever climate change policy we're setting in motion really address a just transition, equity, and all other types of issues that our communities are facing. And lastly, I think another element that is important is the social acceptability. So when we have people who truly understand the urgency of the climate crisis and are really addressing it through local change and policy change, we also raising the level of social acceptability for effective policies and how people can also talk about those issues in their own communities and their own surroundings. And I think that also leads to very effective change in our communities, and not only people demanding effective policies, but also bringing those conversations with their peers who may not necessarily agree, who may feel that something is taken away from them, instead of looking at what type of society we're trying to create with those effective policies.
Thank you, Andrea. Kathia, would you like to add something?
Yes. Can I still use French, or is it okay? Or OK, c'est bon. Ben,
Sure.
comme le disait Chris tout à l'heure, chez Hydro-Québec aussi, c'est une grande entreprise, c'est de la fonction parapublique. Donc, on travaille en silo souvent. Puis il y a un changement de culture qui est en train de se faire. Mais ce changement de culture-là, on doit l'accélérer parce que pour avoir un impact réel sur les changements climatiques, pour s'y adapter, mais aussi pour y faire face, il faut vraiment travailler en interdisciplinarité. Pour moi, c'est essentiel. Donc, l'entreprise doit un certain défi à ce niveau-là. Personnellement, mon rôle, c'est beaucoup au niveau de la vulgarisation. On a des spécialistes qui sont, disons, c'est une chose d'étudier un sujet, de se l'approprier, de penser à des idées, des nouvelles technologies qu'on peut mettre de l'avant, mais c'en est une autre de communiquer ces idées-là, puis le travail qu'on fait au grand public. Donc, moi, mon travail, c'est un peu de vulgariser ce que ces gens-là font, puis de l'amener comme des connaissances là, auprès des citoyens. Donc, voilà. Sinon, un peu pour rejoindre ce que disait André-Yanne, on doit travailler aussi à mobiliser les citoyens. On a réalisé un sondage au Québec, puis ce sondage-là démontre que les gens font pas nécessairement les liens entre la production d'énergie renouvelable, des émissions de gaz à effet de serre, puis les changements climatiques. On a été un peu surpris et déçus des résultats, en fait, et on aimerait, on travaille à un plan d'action pour développer la littératie chez les Québécois sur ces thématiques-là. Donc, on espère établir des liens là, avec les différents partenaires impliqués. Aussi, moi, comme défi, je pense qu'on doit avoir une approche un peu plus ouverte. J'aimerais collaborer davantage avec les groupes environnementaux. Donc, là aussi, on les a intégrés à notre réflexion d'entreprise pour notre plan stratégique. Et on voudrait établir avec eux un canal de communication beaucoup plus fluide, prendre en compte leurs idées, les intégrer, avoir des discussions de fond avec eux. Donc, ça aussi, c'est à très court terme, c'est ce que je souhaite développer là, comme individu au sein de mon entreprise. L'autre chose, c'est qu'on doit, je ne sais pas si vous êtes au fait, mais on fait des suivis des impacts de nos projets. Donc, on a une approche où on va aller voir, par exemple, les Autochtones ou les utilisateurs du territoire. On les rencontre, on fait des entrevues avec eux, on fait des sondages, on a des tables de travail pour voir l'impact de nos aménagements sur leur vie, voir les mesures qu'on peut mettre de l'avant pour diminuer ces impacts-là. Puis, on se rend compte qu'ils nous partagent la réalité, l'impact des effets des changements climatiques sur leur réalité, le quotidien, sur la cueillette des petits fruits, par exemple, le changement dans les comportements de la petite faune, donc tout ça, puis on ne l'a pas tant que ça intégré, ces effets cumulatifs-là à nos analyses. Fait que je pense qu'on doit développer une approche où on va davantage prendre en compte les effets cumulatifs C'est ça, sur la vie des gens. C'est pas mal, ça fait le tour un peu de ce que j'avais à dire sur le sujet.
Merci beaucoup, Kathia. Keroles, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so there are quite a lot to unpack here. In terms of science, we are obsessed with data at WasteNot. So we're really always trying to get as much data as possible. So we track all the waste streams at Concordia, which is where the data that I shared at the beginning come from. We also have an intern who, at least before the pandemic, used to go around and take 2 pictures of every compost bin on campus once a semester. And we did this for a couple of reasons. One of them is to get an idea about contamination. So essentially, if we see like a coffee cup or a plastic bottle, things that are not compostable, this is what contamination is when you have non-compostable things in a compost bin. Then we mark that bin as contaminated, and that way we track how much contamination there is, or we have some idea of how much contamination there is. And in winter 2019, 33% of compost bins at Concordia had visible signs of contamination. In winter of 2020, that number went down to 19% of compost bins that had visible signs of contamination. Obviously, this should be taken with a grain of salt because it's only one spot check and we don't really quantify how much contamination we see. But we're always very interested in finding ways to track data for many reasons. One is to have evidence-based action, as well as also report back to the community and make sure that they know, as well as we do, that their hard work is making progress at an institutional scale, especially at a time when there's a lot of climate anxiety about how much can an individual contribute in this very major issue, very major challenge. What I found surprising, though, is that science was not as involved in the operation of the university. So when we started and we wanted, like a year and a half into WasteNot, we wanted to get data on the impact that we were making. But we found out quickly that Concordia didn't track its waste, which was a big surprise because this has been my own research institution for the past, since 2009. I've done 3 degrees here. So I went in with a student intern and we literally sat with a photocopier scanning all the invoices that Concordia pays as a waste management company so that we're able to track the data. And I think that's very problematic. One is because this has, as a public institution, we need to be able to report our waste to societies that funds us. But also when it comes to evidence-based policy, which I think is part of our academic mission, we need to be able to lead by the example of our own internal policy. And last year, Concordia launched sustainability action plans that includes the waste stream. But the last time Concordia had a waste audit was in 2013, that's 8 years ago. So I think we need to do a lot better as a university in integrating science, which is our expertise, in our internal operation. And I think as an academic community, we need to become more vocal in demanding that and becoming more engaged. So that's on the science part. On the politics part, at least on the local level, I'm going to talk about student politics. So we work a lot with the Concordia Student Union, which essentially represent all undergraduate students at Concordia, and this is where our funding comes from. But we also work with all umbrella student associations so that we collaborate in their events, and we send them waste ambassadors to help people in their events learn how to sort. And actually, in between August of 2019 and March of 2020, over 35,000 people attended events where our waste ambassadors were present. So that's the equivalent of the entire Concordia undergraduate student population. And we have been doing this since we started in 2016. So we work very closely with all student association, and a few years into WasteNot, we wanted to make sure that we integrate the work that we're doing together in policies and procedures so that it has a long-lasting impact. And so we worked with all student associations to adopt sustainability policies that include a commitment to waste, but also goes beyond just environmental sustainability into social sustainability and economic sustainability. And so before we started, only Concordia Student Union had a sustainability policy. Now all umbrella student associations have a sustainability policy. I want to be clear, there's a lot of champions who actually did the hard work. Like I didn't write any of the policies. There's a lot of champions who did the hard work of writing this policy and doing the lobbying, the building buy-in within each of those student associations to get those policies adopted and implemented. So that's at the local level, and we also engage with politicians at the municipal and federal level. So we have the CU Compost Picture campaign where people sort of have a sign with, and all I just participated recently, we have a sign with our logo on it, and people are handwriting a personal message encouraging their community to become sustainable. And we had Mr. Castor McKenna, who used to be Minister of Environment, now Minister of Infrastructure, participating, Mr. David Lemedy, and a few municipal mayors as well participating. So that's sort of how we engage sort of at a larger scale. And a couple of weeks ago, I also participated in a panel with Canada's Chief Science Advisor, Dr. Mona Niemer, talk about open science and evidence-based policy, which was, I enjoyed that conversation quite a lot, because I think this is a case to make about regulations to make sure that public institutions and private organizations are required legally to measure, track, audit, and publicly report their environmental data. Yeah, I don't want to talk too long because I can speak for hours. In terms of economics, I think it depends on our internal practices. So I think a lot of environmental work, it counts a lot on volunteers, and Ola has been a volunteer with us in the first couple of years. And recently we changed that and made sure that everybody who's working with us is being paid at least 15,000 hours. So we have to make sure that we're using a living wage, because I think environmental work can be a labor of love, but we shouldn't exploit that. And so I think we can lead by the example of how we do our work in terms of economic sustainability. Whether I feel or not that we are making a difference in terms of climate change, I think directly from the data, we're talking about increasing composting and reducing waste. Reducing waste is really where the impact is. And there's a study that was reported by CNN that was saying that reducing waste has a bigger effect on reducing greenhouse gas emissions than composting and having a plant-based diet combined. So reducing waste is really where the impact is. But with that in mind, neither I or anybody in the team sat on cashier counting, preventing people from buying stuff. And there are no magic tricks to waste reduction. People have to choose not to buy some of the things they don't need. So it's not really me who's making a difference. It's the thousands of people who are looking at what they're holding in their hands and deciding some of it they don't need to buy anymore. And so I'm very proud that the community is making a difference in reducing their greenhouse gas emissions.
Thank you very much, Keroles. It was a pleasure to work with you. I remember those times. Now we have a question from audience, from Monica Wagner to Chris. Her question is about policy, research and policy. So the question is, can you explain some strategies to better communicate your research to policymakers? How exactly can you disseminate your data so that it gets informed into policy? Chris, you have the floor.
Monica, thanks. That's a great question. So I think the one technical skill that we have to learn as scientists is an ability to take complex research that's published in a peer-reviewed paper and distill it down to a number of key statements without technical jargon that non-subject matter experts can understand. That's the single most important, practical skill to take your complex research. I'm sure this is true for every field, to take your research that you're personally invested in and know a lot about down to the point where somebody who's not an expert, maybe isn't invested in it, maybe doesn't really care, but has to read it, that they can understand it. And that can be done with words. It can be done with graphics. So a certain visual that presents the summary in a very clear way. One example of kind of the double-edged sword of it all is we did a climate change assessment for Canada a couple of years ago called Canada's Changing Climate Report. And we, in an attempt to make sure we successfully engaged policymakers, we had the underlying chapters, which were very detailed. Each chapter had headline statements, which sort of summarized the key points in less technical language. And then the whole report had these headline messages, but there's only 10 of them for the whole report. So you work for 2 years, you write a massive report, and in the end, it comes down to how successfully can you craft 10 sentences that capture the major point of the report. And one of those sentences was, Canada is warming at twice the rate as the global, I'm going to word it very badly because I can't remember it, but essentially Canada is warming at twice the rate of the global average. And media picked up on that, politicians picked up on that, and it's become the one key point from the report that resonated with the public more than anything else. And that's, you look at it both ways. Yes, it's great that we achieved resonance with a point, but there was so much more in the report that's maybe more important and interesting. So it's this double-edged sword where you try to provide something in a straightforward way to the policy community, and then sometimes it gets perhaps simplified too much. Maybe the only other thing I'll say is that it's also, I think, we're starting to redesign how we actually conduct the research to make sure it's policy relevant. So an example in climate science is doing climate science research that directly looks at the Paris Agreement targets. So what does 1.5 degrees of warming mean for Canada? What does 2 degrees of warming globally mean for Canada? Because the politicians, they know the Paris Agreement. That's a politically negotiated framework. So now if we can present the science in the context of the international agreements, the politicians, that helps, I think, their interpretation of the results. And then finally, we've started to engage as climate scientists, people who are social scientists, but have expertise in the areas where we're working. So for instance, we're just doing some work now on what does the loss of sea ice in northern Canada mean for ship-based traffic through the Canadian Arctic. This is really important for northern communities. It has economic implications. And so the way we maybe used to do this was, as climate scientists, we'd use climate model output, we'd write a paper, and that's maybe sort of it. This time we engaged people who are experts in getting that information to the northern communities, working with northern communities, and including a community-based aspect to this analysis. And that just makes it so much more valuable to more people, which is really, I think, how we have to think about how we do some of the science to make it policy relevant. So hopefully that answered your question, Monica. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Chris. Does anyone would like to add something to this question?
Yes, actually, I would love to. One thing that we do at the Climate Reality project, and maybe is the other side, the citizen side, is we have a national climate league who are led by citizens from literally from all coasts, calling their municipalities to ask metrics and key data information on 30 indicators that go from air quality to social housing, as well as canopy. I guess you can say that too in English, right? Canopy exists is the same word. So a number of metrics and data information to, first of all, compare cities' performance on those various metrics, share best practices and inspire each other, but as well increase the transparency of cities collecting that data and communicating with citizens. So one thing that we see is that if we don't ask, sometimes it won't be collected. Not all cities as well have the same capacity to track that data. So sharing clearly that citizens want to have that information, and what we do as an organization in partnership with the citizen who are actually collecting the data is we write an actual standing that compares the practices of various cities, shine light on the best solution and the best practices, and ensure that those information are made digestible and accessible to all, so that we can understand how those policies set in motion by some cities can really have a concrete impact on quality of life. And that is through understanding data information that may seem very hard to understand, and metrics that may seem very intimidating at first. But when we do actually train people to collect that information and understand, it is extremely important that citizens take control of that information, are able to ask and demand accountability from their cities. So there is a direct connection between what scientists will do in terms of research, the impact of collecting that data from cities, and how citizens can also have an improvement on their quality of life through that information being disseminated effectively.
Thank you, Andrea. I see Kathia is unmuted. Would you like to add something?
Yes, maybe just a little something. La science, c'est au cœur des décisions. Je pense que toute décision qui concerne les changements climatiques ou autres doit être prise selon des analyses scientifiques très rigoureuses, puis une perspective neutre. Mais comme là, je m'adresse à vous aussi pour comme des futurs employés, faut le faire. Mais quand on travaille dans des institutions publiques, il faut développer ces soft skills aussi. C'est-à-dire, faut pas perdre l'analyse scientifique de vue, mais il faut être à même de la vulgariser sans en perdre justement le sens, puis en fait que les citoyens, les différents intervenants, les politiciens se l'approprient. Donc, il faut développer des argumentaires. Un politicien, si on lui dit qu'il il va avoir des impacts sur la cueillette de petits fruits, ça ne le rejoint pas. Mais si on lui parle des impacts financiers pour la société, que faire face au changement climatique, ça va demander un investissement financier important, des retombées directes sur nos citoyens également. Donc, il faut savoir aussi communiquer ces résultats-là, mais développer des argumentaires qui vont rejoindre des publics cibles. Donc, c'est important de travailler en partenariat avec les gens qui sont affectés par les différents impacts des changements climatiques pour trouver des solutions. Donc, c'est un peu ce que je voulais dire, puisque je répète souvent aux différents intervenants chez nous, chez Hydro-Québec, qu'on veut travailler en partenariat puis développer des relations à long terme puis efficaces. Il faut aller lentement. C'est-à-dire qu'il faut vraiment prendre le temps d'établir des relations basées sur la confiance. Puis nous, il faut qu'on ouvre nos livres, il faut qu'on ouvre nos données. On travaille d'ailleurs à être plus transparent là, sur les différentes données qu'on a chez Hydro-Québec. Mais c'est ça, établir des relations de confiance avec les citoyens, les différents groupes, les intervenants gouvernementaux pour qu'on travaille dans le même sens. Ça, il ne faut pas l'oublier non plus. Il ne faut pas travailler en dessous. Alors voilà, c'est mon petit point.
Thank you, Kathia. Keroles, do you have anything to add to it?
No, not really. There was a question that I found interesting about how people, get very focused on the most scary news, and yet that doesn't translate into the political decision making. And I just started thinking about it. I think there's one of the challenges talking about climate change is a confusion about weather and climate, right? Like how weather affects only one day and climate is an overall average. And I think the only way to fight climate change is if our behavior starts acting also like climate as opposed to weather. Because people hear one scary bit of news and they get outraged for a couple of days, and then things go back to normal and go back to our lives. And I think the point here is that we need to have sustained involvement. And I think the only way to hold people accountable to their commitment to fighting the climate crisis is by consistently demonstrating that we're paying very close attention and asking a set of questions and raising the uncomfortable subject. And this cannot happen only one day and then after we go back to our lives. It has to be done consistently. Sorry, I answered a completely different question. It's just that I got very intrigued.
Thank you, Keroles. I actually have another question to all of you. You all hold leadership positions. In your opinion, what skills helped you the most to get jobs and positions where you are right now? Maybe Andrea-Yanne would like to start?
Sure. Well, I think it's one thing to me that is important and that I do in the people that have inspired me and that were in leadership position is passion is always something that when somebody is dedicated and passionate about what they do, it does translate, it pass on a very clear vision that you want to kind of follow and embrace as well. So I think that is something that working with people who are passionate about what they're doing and who are dedicated is definitely something that has influenced me in my career and in my life. And in terms of when you are in a position of leadership, I think you owe the people you work with the same thing we demand, right? So transparency, accountability, as well as compassion. I think it's important to work in a way where we understand the humans that we're working with, that we thrive on embracing their strength and doing that positive reinforcement and supporting them if they're going through difficult times. We've all the past month for a lot of us has been very challenging on multiple fronts. And I think that really brought light even more if some people may have that was not at the center of how they take a leadership position. I hope it brought back how important it is to lead with compassion and understand where people are coming from when they get into a mandate or into a job. They also have life, they have relatives, they have a different type of experience that we need to also embrace as team members. And personally, but that's something that I maybe the attention to detail, I think, is really important. We were thinking, I think Kathia was mentioning it as well, is in some level is really having this, there's a lot about science that is important in the nuances. So sometimes when we try to pass a message, we don't want to leave all of these important nuances, because then the message get, washed in a way that was not the initial intent. So I think staying, especially working on climate, working on science, and working to empower people, attention to detail and how we express a message, how can it resonate and translate with different types of groups of demographic of humans, is really important to really stay focused on that. Those nuances, and ensuring that we're not, kind of scraping the message of its core, and then it doesn't mean anything anymore.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Maybe Chris will take the lead.
Yeah, just maybe a couple of comments here. So when I was in graduate school, I was not a very forward person. I wasn't comfortable initiating conversations with people. But I think what helped was developing good listening skills. So just listen, take things in, and then even if you're sort of a shy person as I was, sort of force yourself to then engage with other people. And I would even do sort of dorky things like just set targets at a conference, like go to a conference. Okay, this time I'm going to actually talk to 2 new people who I haven't met before. That was really hard for me to do. And then when I was 22 years old, but it gets easier over time. And that's how you build up a network. And so building up that network takes time, it takes work, it's a skill. And so if you can foster that skill and sort of develop some coping techniques that match your personality, then that can really be an important way to sort of build up your network. It's that network that really helps you as you move forward. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Chris. Kathia?
Oui, moi je dirais que respirer, identifier ses craintes, puis développer des moyens pour faire face à nos peurs, parce que vous allez devoir prendre la parole, puis c'est important de le faire, même si vos idées vont à l'encontre peut-être des gens, puis peut-être parfois de vos collègues ou même des gens qui vous sont supérieurs hiérarchiquement. Faut y réfléchir. Je pense que tout se dit, mais il faut trouver les bons mots. Donc, c'est ça, je dirais, de respirer, en fait, puis d'y aller quotidiennement, d'être à l'écoute de vos craintes, puis développer vos propres moyens pour y faire face, de ne pas être trop critique envers vous. On a le droit à l'erreur, surtout quand on commence. Aussi, c'est important de miser sur vos compétences intellectuelles, mais j'y reviens, les soft skills, surtout quand on a des échanges, que ce soit avec vos partenaires immédiats, les collègues ou avec les citoyens. Je pense qu'il ne faut jamais oublier le travail d'équipe, l'empathie, l'écoute, la bienveillance. C'est des qualités qui font en sorte aussi que les gens vont avoir le goût de travailler avec vous, puis de travailler à parvenir aux mêmes objectifs. Donc, c'est ce que j'aurais à dire.
Thank you very much, Kathia. Keroles, you have the honor to summarize, I guess.
Well, so there are 2 main skills that I would mention. One is being an experimentalist, is just trying things out, because I find that we spend so much time almost overthinking stuff. I think there's a certain amount of due diligence, but at some point you have to just jump and try. And in my experience as a lifelong generator of bad ideas, I found that the best way to deal with bad ideas is to try them out. If things don't work out and it doesn't work, that's fine. If you must fail, then fail quickly without wasting a lot of time. So that's the main skill. That's the first skill that I want to talk about. The second one is teamwork, and that takes many different forms. There's nothing that we can do as individuals that will actually have an impact. We have to work together as a team and as as a community, and that takes different forms to me. Is our core team obviously at Enough, where at Waste Not, where we run our activities and so on. But also, if you're running a volunteer program, you need to be able to work with volunteers as a team, instead of just giving people things to do and treating volunteers as your free labor. When you collaborate, you're also working as a team. Empty collaborations that are just commitments on paper really don't work. They make no difference. They're a complete waste of time. And so unless a collaboration is functioning as a team, it's not useful. Networking is the same thing. Networking just to collect business cards doesn't help. You have to invent ways to collaborate and work very closely as a team. So teamwork take many different forms, and I think it's a very important skill, and it's a critical one. And I think with climate crisis being as global as it is, the only way out is if everyone actually behaves as if they're part of one team, as Team Planet Earth.
Thank you so much, everybody. That was great. So much good information and quite inspiring, but unfortunately, that's all the time we have for the panel discussion. So again, thank you for all the panel members for your time. We really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who's listening. And we still have 15 minutes allocated to the Wonder platform, where you could go talk to people individually. And so whatever panel member, if you have time, please move over to Wonder. I just put the link in the chat. And our next session is at 11:30. So take a break, go to Wonder if you're willing. And thank you everybody again, and we'll see you at the next session.
Merci. Au revoir.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very much, everyone.
All right, folks. So as these folks leave and go network and Wonder, thanks again for your collaboration, your participation here today. Important comment you made at the end, Keroles. Appreciate that. We will invite the folks who are presenting at 11:30 to stick around here with us and do some testing for your screen shares, make sure all is good. So everyone else, you're welcome to turn off your camera, say goodbye, and go network if you wish to. And bye, Manuela. Thank you so much. And so we'll continue here with the setup for, we still have plenty of time, but Étienne, I know you're presenting next.
Yeah, I'm gonna test it already.
Okay, perfect. I saw Willy is here as well.
Sorry, can anyone share again the link to the chat?
The link to Wonder? You're not seeing it in the chat?
I logged off, but I logged out, but I forgot to.
Here it is.
Thank you.
No problem.
You can see that, right? You can see my screen?
No,
Perfect.
I can't.
Yeah, your screen looks good.
Perfect.
Thanks, Étienne.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You don't have any video or anything, Étienne, we need to worry about in your presentation?
No, only slides.
Awesome. So Willy, who we saw yesterday, that does not look like Newfoundland, Willy. You are totally lying to us right now.
I know I'm cheating.
That's great. How many are you actually there though? Are you in St. John's? Okay.
I'm in Corner Brook.
Oh, you're in Corner Brook. Okay.
Yeah.
How cold is it?
Actually, it's nice today.
Good. Amazing. Yeah. So Willy, did you want to go ahead and there you are. Excellent. Let's just go full screen, make sure we can. Beautiful. Okay, so, and you don't have any video or any sound clips or anything like that?
No.
Okay, wonderful. Well, it looks good on our end. So you're welcome to chill out and go network or whatever you need to do. And if Keroles and Jean-François can hear me, if you're here with us now.
Yes.
Hi, Keroles, how are you?
Hi.
Did you want to practice sharing your screen?
Sure. Hold on just a sec.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm getting messages that my connection is unstable, but I hope. Let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, I'll not yet, but I'll let you know.
No, hold on. What is this? Hold on, just a second.
Are you using two screens? Is that it?
I am, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
That's why I'm just. Oh, it should be okay now. I don't know why.
Oh, we're
able to see it?
Yep, we're seeing it now. Perfect.
Okay, perfect.
And do you have any video or sound in your?
No, it's just slides.
Okay, that sounds good. I just wanted, the camera that you'll be speaking into is the one I'm seeing you on now.
I will move this.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure you're so that we're not looking up your nose. But anyway, otherwise, you look and sound great. Everything looks good. So
okay, good.
And where are you joining us from today?
London, Ontario.
Okay, wonderful, excellent. Great. We're excited that the borders finally opened between Ontario and Quebec, so we can visit our families and so on. So, okay, wonderful. Well, looking forward to your presentation. And since you have plenty of time, you can feel free to take your time to relax, go network if you wish in the Wonder platform, or just stick around here. Douglas pulled up Wonder now to show us what's happening in there. That's great.
Did someone say at some point that we should avoid being on both platforms at the same time? Is it because of technical issues?
Well, you'd have to mute yourself and your camera here so that you can, you know, because it needs your mic and your camera in the other platform. So, I mean, you can leave Zoom and come back if you wish, or just simply stay muted.
I'll probably do that then, because I don't know what's happening with my connection. So I'll log out from Zoom and come back in about 20 minutes.
Sounds good. Okay, we'll see you then.
See you then.
Bye. All right, and I'm just looking for Jean-François, who I don't think has joined us yet. Okay.
Maybe that's weird.
No, it looks good. I'm just looking at it on Facebook.
I don't think it's giving away anything. Anyone?
No, because we just see
the
folks.
faces. Everyone's here, and anyway.
Exactly.
And as co-host, can you cancel the spotlight though? So I have to run out in a few minutes.
Yep, no worries. Okay, we're going to get cracking soon with the next panel. I'm just wondering if Jean-François is here. Jean-François, if you're here under a different name, please let us know. Turn on your camera and we can rename you. So for this panel, we have Étienne, Willy, Keroles, and Jean-François. Étienne, I'm just letting you know, I haven't found Jean-François yet. Perhaps he's here under a different name or hasn't joined yet. But Keroles and Willy are set up and good to go.
All right.
And are you doing the moderation as well as the presentation for this?
No, I'm not. I
Okay.
think I'm not sure who's doing it.
No,
Alex
we are
or,
coming.
Ole.
Alex is coming. Just
Okay.
1 second. Alex is coming.
Thank you. Okay, let's get started. Sorry, my video, there we go. So our session is starting now. It's renewable transition. So we'll be talking about renewable energy, the economics behind it, markets, and also some First Nations perspectives and electric cars. So what is gonna go on is we have 4 presenters. Each will have 10 minutes and they will go one after the other, and we'll finish with 15 minutes of Q&A. So if you have a question, feel free to put it when you think of it in the Q&A, and we'll prompt you later if you want to ask in person, or we could just read it out. And so with that, let's begin. Our first presenter is Étienne Guertin. And the title, he's from the Department of Geography, Planning and Environment at Concordia University, and the title is An Ecological Macroeconomics Model for Post-Growth Decarbonization Transitions, a Quebec case study.
Thank you, Alex. So it appears that I changed the name of my presentation between when I submitted and now. It's now called an Ecological Macroeconomics Model for Degrowth Transitions instead of Post-Growth. So I'm going to jump right in. This is how my presentation is going to go. I will spend a lot of time contextualizing my project because I think it is important. It's a subject that is not often discussed, and because I don't have results yet. So I'll go like that. I'm going to briefly expose my research objectives and the Quebec, a little angle on the Quebec context. And then I'm going to go with the methods, which are mostly models that I'm going to be using, and conclude with limitations and prospects of my project. So I'm going to start by saying that, and I think we all agree with that economic growth is presupposed by most decarbonization scenarios. So most decarbonization scenarios assume that we can jointly decarbonize society and foster economic growth. IPCC global scenarios pretty much all do that. National energy transition scenarios, which I have reviewed, also do that at more than 90%. And the sustainable development goals also include economic growth as one of their many goals. So there are many constraints to economic growth, especially during a transition. Today, I want to talk about one of these constraints, which is related to energy. So here what we have is an electricity production grid, which is a hybrid of fossil fuel energy, which I call primary energy here, and renewable energy. And this electricity grid is currently ongoing a transition by building capacity of renewable energy. So this capacity is being built by electricity and also directly by primary energy, so by burning fossil fuels. And you can see that between the use of primary energy and the creation of final usable energy, there are a lot of losses in the process, distribution losses, transformation losses. If you want to make your energy, your electricity clean, you need carbon capture and storage, which requires a lot of energy. And then transmitting the electricity incurs transmission losses. So the final usable energy is much less than the initial energy that you had before you transformed it and brought it on the demand side of the economy. And the same is true for renewable energy. You need to create overcapacity to account for the intermittency of renewable energy. You also need storage for the same reason. And if you build capacity, you're going to be using a lot of rare earths, a lot of materials. So you might spend more energy at some point because these materials will become scarce to extract. And you might also need to recycle them. And all these things cost energy. So there is a very well documented trade-off in an renewable energy transition, which is called the energy emissions trap, which posits that if you transition fast, you will crowd out investments in non-energy sectors. So basically, you will have much less energy at the end to put into your non-energy sectors. And this might cause economic instability because this final usable energy determines the feasible demand in your economy. And then if you slowly transition to avoid this, you will overspend your carbon budget because you will be relying on your primary fossil fuel energy for a longer time. There are also socioeconomic constraints to economic growth. In the past decades, secular stagnation has been observed in the global north, which is basically a permanent low growth rate. There are many explanations for secular stagnation and generally limitations to growth related to the financial system and the socioeconomic dynamics. One of them, which is important in transitions, is technological unemployment, which weakens demand. And then a big one is inequality, which basically, the more inequality you have in a society, the more it affects negatively growth through the propensity to consume and through borrowing constraints. I'm not going to go over these because we don't have a lot of time. And then the biophysical limits to growth, one of which I described in the previous slide, can interact with those socioeconomic constraints. So the conclusion so far, the point I'm trying to get at is that in the global north, economic growth and a decarbonization transition are likely not compatible. Degrowth is a possible decarbonization pathway that, in a sense, makes more sense. So here what we see is an energy, this is basically all the IPCC scenarios, decarbonization scenarios that have been proposed, and they're plotted on two axes. One of them is energy GDP decoupling, and the other one is the rate at which we install new renewable energy sources. So we can see that the further you are on the right on this plot, the more the scenario assumes or expects that we will decouple energy from GDP to achieve decarbonization. And the more up you are, the more the scenario assumes that we will deploy renewable energy. And here, this is what we have been able to achieve in the past 2 decades. So we have been able to achieve much less than what the IPCC scenarios assume or expect. And degrowth scenarios, by directly reducing the production and consumption of an economy, require much less deployment of renewable energy, much less decoupling of energy with GDP, and thus are much more closer to what we have been able to achieve. So in that sense, they're much more technically feasible. And now you might be asking, what is degrowth actually? I've never heard of degrowth. So this is a definition that I really like about degrowth. It says that degrowth is an equitable downscaling of production and consumption that increases human well-being and enhances ecological conditions at the local and global level in the short and long term. How do we reduce the size of the economy and simultaneously increase human well-being? By planning this. And how do you plan that? You plan that with post-growth policies, which are things that you've probably heard about, but it seems very politically unlikely, but it still can work. So you can cap wealth and income and use these taxes to redistribute in a job guarantee program, universal basic services income, work time reduction, work sharing, to avoid the negative socioeconomic effects of an economy that is degrowing, also called the recessional effects. How do you operationalize such an understanding of the economy? Well, you can do that with ecological macroeconomics modeling. So ecological macroeconomics modeling is a mix of post-Keynesian economics and ecological economics. And I'm not going to go over the details, but basically what ecological macroeconomics is trying to get at is to connect the real economy of production and consumption, the financial system, and the biophysical sphere, because they all interact and create emergent patterns that are not intuitively predictable. And ecological macroeconomics is an attempt at making welfare independent of growth. So making welfare possible even if growth, economic growth, is not happening. So my research objectives are to determine the biophysical and socioeconomic constraints and their interactions during a decarbonization transition, specifically in Quebec as a start, and to then develop scenarios to determine and evaluate those transition pathways. This is a quick overlook at the Quebec energy production. You can see that we produce a lot of clean hydroelectricity, but we have about 40% of our emissions that come from transport with petroleum. So one of the big challenges in Quebec will be to electrify the transport, and electrifying this transport will put a big load on the hydroelectricity supply. So what does that entail in terms of the net energy that we've seen earlier? And what does that change in net energy entail in terms of the socioeconomic dynamics in Quebec? These are the questions I'm interested in. My methods are to use two models, one biophysically oriented and one socioeconomically oriented, and to adapt the hybrid model to the Quebec economy. These models use a bunch of methodologies. This is the first model, the MEDEAS model, which has a feedback of net energy on the economy. So the economy is limited by the energy supply in MEDEAS. It's a very interesting model. It's the only model I know that does that. And then there's the Eurogreen model, which is a very well detailed socioeconomic model that has a very detailed welfare system, which shows all the transfers between the government and the different income classes, and it can represent with detail the effects of the post-growth policies that I have showed earlier. And coupling these two models would look like that. This is how I would do it. So basically, you add the net energy constraint on the economy on the detailed economy of the Eurogreen. And to conclude, there are many limitations to my project, which I'm not going to go over. And the takeaway message, I think, the idea that I'm trying to get at is, again, to provide a tool to determine realistic decarbonization pathways at the national or subnational scale. And these pathways would be realistic because they would be technically feasible. They would reduce the uncertainty of busting carbon budget, and they would be socially desirable. Thank you.
Thank you, Étienne. So we'll leave the questions for the last 15 minutes. So let's move on to Willy Benson with opening the energy markets for clean energy policies that boost domestic energy production in Newfoundland and Labrador from Memorial University of Newfoundland.
Thanks. Like you introduced me, I'm in Concordia right now, and my research for the completion of this degree will look into policies, energy policies in the province of Newfoundland. So, like many have discussed, climate change is one of the most critical crises in this era, and can be defined as the disruption in weather patterns at a planetary scale. And this disruption is mostly caused by the rise in the planet's temperature due to the greenhouse gases compiling in the atmosphere. So, which is also known as global warming. So there's a connection between the two. So it was proved that most of these greenhouse gases come from burning fossil fuels. And realizing this fact made people come together, nations come together and agree on how to tackle this. Where we had some of the initiative like the net zero emission to keep the planet's temperature below 1.5 degrees by 2050. So in other words, we need to acquire a new energy source, an environmentally friendly one. So when it comes to Newfoundland and Labrador, the province is considerably advanced in terms of clean energy production and has committed as well to the net zero emission target. For instance, in 2016, up to 94.3% of the electricity was generated from clean and renewable energy sources. In addition, we facing now many investment made to increase this productivity, like the Muskrat Falls project, which cost until now, and because it's a still ongoing project, 8.3 billion Canadian dollars. So, but with this accomplishment, there is an issue. Newfoundland and Labrador, it's a big province. So many communities who are remote, they don't have access to the electric grid, meaning for them, the only option they have is to depend on burning fossil fuels. So we're looking at how can we make sure, if you want to phase out fossil fuels, make sure these people, which are mostly First Nations, can also have access to clean energy. In addition to that, we also want to make the province's economy depend less on oil exploration, because for now it occupies the highest GDP provider in the province. So for that to happen, we need to remove those two barriers if we have to phase out fossil fuels. And a potential solution to that is biofuels, especially with the large amount of forest waste in the province. The project is designed this way. The main idea behind the biofuel project is to provide the province with a feasible and realistic energy alternative that can solve the two main concerns I just talked about. And the project is built on the concept of sustainable development, meaning finding a common ground or balance between environmental, economic, and social factors. So the project will be in collaboration with Conabrook Pulp and Paper, and the biofuel project aims at transforming the mill's waste and byproducts into biofuels to replace the used fossil fuels until now. The success and feasibility of this project could be the missing motivation to put biofuels in the energy sector spotlight. It will combine three disciplines: chemistry, environmental policy, and economics. And this is the display structure is how the interaction will be operating. For the methodology, this methodology will try to answer two questions related to the three factors or the three pillars of sustainable development. On the environmental side, it will involve a series of chemical procedures, such as, pyrolysis, combustion, and gasification to produce biofuels. Each one of these processes has its own outcome. Yes, all the outcome is biofuels, but their content are different. Economically, we'll try to look into the financial benefits on the side both of the mill and also Conabrook municipality, because the mill is a provider in many things in this part of the province: jobs, funding, parks preservations, and socially, the mill is also funding many of the research. So we want to know how, if this project is a success, how will it affect the interaction between the mill and the community, economically and socially, and also environmentally. To involve, beside the chemical procedures I just mentioned, to involve interviews and also surveys in some cases. So regionally, we expect that if successful, this project will improve the mill's ecological footprint of our local economy, affect local economy as the mill collaborates closely, like I just mentioned, and increase job creation. But what we are really interested into is the bigger picture at the province level. So we expect that the price feasibility could lead to more success in terms of, one, improving the provincial energy policy. So far, it is not open to the private sector. Now, the energy policy stipulates that only the government is in charge of dealing with energy production in the province. And we also hope that will inform future policies in the same field. We could be in position to say, you know what, this is another path, a way that can be beneficial in such manner if the energy market could be an open market for the private sector. Secondly, there's development and promotion of a new clean energy source. For the time being, hydro energy seems to be the one and only priority of the province. This project success could bring biofuels in the energy discourse. And lastly, give a big boost toward the achievement of the net zero target. But more particularly, we want to make sure that if it is successful, we can take people, the labor force working in oil exploration, and direct them towards another sector, which is biofuel production, and make sure the economy will not be affected by the shift and the phase out of fossil fuels. So now the project is in its early stage, and there are no findings for now. It's just like a proposal kind of thing. Thanks.
Hey, thank you, Willy. So next we have, let me pull it up. Next we have Keroles Mangbenza from the Department of Geography and Environment at Western University. They will presenting, the title of the presentation is Mother Earth and Wind Power in Michigan First Nation. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. There's no money in dancing for you at the powwow.
Okay. Can you see my screen yet?
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. So yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Keroles Mangbenza. I'm a PhD candidate at Western University. And I'd like to present some of my findings. I'm collaborating with a First Nation in Ontario, Gihangange First Nation. So this is what I'd like to cover today, the context of the research and a few findings, and then leave you with the key messages. So what am I doing? I'm looking at community renewable energy and focusing on wind. And so literature has established and policy makers also realize that citizen and community are essential to achieve the energy transition. And the literature, especially the literature on wind energy, offers extensive analysis on the drivers of acceptance and support for wind turbines. And two dimensions stand out: distributional justice, looking at outcomes of wind energy project, and procedural justice that focuses on process aspects. But these two main categories of drivers, are usually theorized with a Eurocentric lens, because wind energy deployment at large scale started in Europe, and in Europe, indigenous experiences are much less visible than in other parts of the world. So in Canada, which is a first world country with pockets of fourth world communities, which are Indigenous community, it is worth asking different types of questions. Do these drivers matter for everyone in the same way? So this is the starting point of my research. In Canada and in Ontario in particular, wind power has grown tremendously over the past 10, 12 years. There is, especially in Ontario, a massive installed capacity of wind. In addition, the country as a whole has been engaging for the past decade or so in the National Project of Reconciliation to improve relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people in the country. What we've seen as in parallel to this Project of Reconciliation is an increasing engagement of Indigenous communities in renewable energy, and that includes not just wind, but it's also solar and biomass. So with all that, we were interested in understanding what drives wind energy development in a particular First Nation, that is Chiging First Nation in Ontario. The case of Chiging is quite unique, although they've installed only 2 turbines, so it's a 4 megawatt wind project. It's a small project, but it's unique because the community owns, they're one of the very few communities who own their projects. So it's unique in the literature, but it's also unique in the country because in most cases, projects are either imposed on communities or they're developed in collaboration with external developers, but Chiging fully owns their turbines. So my research questions focus on 3 essential points: meanings of the turbines, ownership, and also I put that in the context of evolving relationships and changing power relations in the Canadian society. So some of my findings. So at this point, I'm showing the findings for the interview I conducted 2 years ago, and I'll be focusing on 4 themes that came out of the interviews. So the 4 themes are acceptance, communication, ownership, and then relationships. So in terms of acceptance, and this quote is just one of the many that illustrates that most responded in Chiging in the community accept, they are in favor of the turbines. They express, half of my 32 responded expressed strong support for the turbines, and for many reasons, going from the appeal of financial revenues. Chiging sells electricity to the grid, so the prospect of generating additional revenues for the community is a big reason for the support, but also autonomy and ecological reasons. As you might know, in the province of Ontario, the majority, 60% of energy generation comes from nuclear energy. So wind appears as a cleaner source of energy. The other main theme is communication. And I probed communication before the project was constructed in 2014 and after. So what I found here is that people are not very happy with the level of communication. They realized that before the project was constructed, communication was flowing more readily to explain the whereabouts of the project. But since commissioning in 2014, the level of communication has dwindled to a trickle, and people would like to know more about the project and the benefits that were expected. The third theme is ownership, and ownership is really the hallmark of this project. It's cause of great pride. People are very happy to own their project and to know that they're one of the very few communities to be able to do that. And ownership, that I found, is a cohesive factor and a determining factor for support in the community. Some of the respondents mentioned the international, intergenerational benefit of ownership, because they see themselves as being able to pass something on to the next generation. I also heard that ownership connects to aspiration, deeper aspiration for financial autonomy, for self-determination, because it supplements the revenues, the government transfers, and allows them to invest in things that they deem important without as much control from the government. The last point is probably what separates this work from mainstream literature on community wind energy is the relationship aspect. And here I'd like to focus only on the relationships between Chiging and non-Indigenous communities on Manitoulin Island, where the community lives. So some of the participants, the interview participants, didn't really see any connection between their wind project and the issue of relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians. But I had intense conversation with other respondents who had a lot to say. And those conversations really moved to a different terrain, to the terrain of colonial oppression and the past and current colonial abuses that still frame the relationships between Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people, but also between Indigenous communities and the government. So a lot of my respondents talked about oppression. They also talked about being fed up with patterns of dependency. I heard someone talking about, we're tired of go begging to the government. So that became a big topic in my research and something that I'm still exploring, which is why I wanted to finish up the findings with this quote. And this conversation was reported by one of the interview participants. And that man from Chiging First Nation was talking to a settler woman, a non-Indigenous lady who used to go to the powwow. So she routinely attends the powwow, organized every year by Chiging First Nation. And that year she was complaining that, I won't enjoy going to your powwow so much because of your wind turbines. And the man replied, well, I'm sorry, ma'am, but there's no money dancing for you at the powwow. And I wanted to use this quote to as title for the paper, because it really captures the conflicting imaginaries between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people in Canada. On the one hand, you have some settlers, sadly, still thinking of Indigenous communities as living in a pristine environment where they, all they have to do is to dance and be happy about it because, they have so much to be thankful for. But for Indigenous community, the reality is very different. And I saw it from the interviews that the energy transition is captures aspiration for social change that go beyond the mere topic of energy. So the key message, I have two key messages for you. The first one is that yes, distributional and procedural issues are important. Distributional justice, procedural justice are important drivers to understand the support for wind energy. But in indigenous contexts like Chiging First Nation, there is much more. Ownership, and in the case of Chiging, the fact that they own the turbines is actually a statement of power. It's a statement against marginalization, against centuries of economic deprivation. And it's a statement of self-determination. The other key message is the justice aspect behind the transition. So we hear about just transition a lot these days, and certainly the energy transition is a global and a national imperative. But in Canada and in other settler countries, it's important to keep in mind that the energy transition might reproduce socioeconomic inequalities unless the notion of justice and the various facets of justice are taken into account. Otherwise, that energy transition will simply reproduce the same patterns, only with a new arrangement of carbon molecules. So I hope I haven't exceeded my time, and this is all. I think I have a few references for those who are interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keroles. That was very inspiring, interesting project. We'll move on to our final presenter, who is Jean-François Fournel from the Department of Economics at McGill University. And the title of their presentation is Electric Car and Network Effects, Studying the Impacts of Subsidies in Quebec. take the floor. Are you there, Jean-François? I don't see him in the... All right, well.
He didn't show up, Alex.
Okay. Well, in that case, then we can move on to questions and answers. So we'll start off. We have a few questions for Étienne. So first, we have a question. Would you please explain more about the benefits of degrowth for a country?
Yes, thank you, Moshtaba, for the question. It's a very good question. So one of the obvious benefits that I stated in my presentation is that degrowth makes reaching zero carbon targets, carbon budget targets, technically easier, politically much harder, but nonetheless, it makes it very much easier to reach them. And then also in terms of dependency on global markets and global supply chain, I didn't mention that in my presentation, but one of the ways to reduce the footprint is to reduce imports that are carbon intensive due to transport. So if you relocalize production and you reduce consumption, you depend much less on global supply chains and global market fluctuations, which we have seen can be problematic during a pandemic, for example. So that's another advantage. Also, it's a political orientation that allows both reaching.
Allez, putain, de son de merde, pourquoi?
It's a political orientation that allows to simultaneously reduce environmental degradation, environmental footprint, not only within the country, but outside, because you participate less to extraction of resources elsewhere, and also to meet equity targets or aspirations. So yeah, those are some of the reasons, I would say.
Okay, then let's move on to another question for Étienne. Given that at this point, few, if any at all, politicians are ready to run electoral platforms on degrowth, what could be some avenues to reform the economic theories that feed policy analysis?
Yeah, that's also a very good question, Karel. I think that the whole, like, because it does require some sort of social transformation to get to what I just presented as a thing that is actualized in society. And I think that this social transformation, a thinker that I really like is Gramsci. I don't know if you've heard of Gramsci, but he has this theory on, it's called the theory of the integral state. And what Gramsci says is that social transformations, such as the one that will be required for degrowth to be articulated in reality, it requires, it's basically like a mutual self-reinforcing interaction between the government and the public, in the sense that the public will, like, let's say me and other people talk about degrowth more, and we show that degrowth is a possibility. The public will believe that it is more, and will also convince some politicians, and the like consensus will change, and people will ask for more radical policies, and politics will change in that sense. And I think it's a self-reinforcing feedback. So I think all sides of the equation count, and my side is to provide like solid kind of like empirical or factual evidence, I would say. But I think every side counts. and it's about shifting mentalities. I can share with you this article that I really like about Gramsci, if you'd like to read it.
Thank you, Ted.
Yes, please, Étienne.
Okay, if there's no other questions, I have a question for Willy. I've heard a lot of controversy around biofuels, just in that they're going to be taking up a lot of land, and it's going to, especially for pulp and wood-based biofuels. That, of course, wood is renewable in the long term, but what would you say to people who are against using biofuels as an alternative to fossil fuels? Willy, you there?
I guess Willy is just muted. He's there, but he's muted.
Okay, well, we'll see if he comes back. So for now, we'll jump to. Oh, there you are. Okay. Did you hear my question, Willy?
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah. So, your project seems to be is focused on biofuels, and I've heard a lot of controversy that biofuels, you end up using a lot of land and resources to create the biofuels, especially for wood pulp, as I seem to understand is the biofuel in your project. What would you say to people that are think that biofuels are not a good alternative to fossil fuels?
Well, even biofuels have categories. So not all of them are beneficial, but in some cases they use the one you just mentioned that takes a lot of place and land to produce. Those ones create some kind of competition between crops, food crops, and biofuels materials. So there's that one case. The second one is to use waste, food waste from households, forest waste, which is better in this situation. And the third one is to use algae. That one is very expensive. So in order to avoid creating some competition with food crop, and it's to avoid making economically losses, we choose to stay in the middle using waste. That's why I said we focus on forest waste. And if the project is successful, and we can expand to household waste, organic waste in this case, I mean. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, I didn't think of it as so it would be the byproducts of forestry that are currently just being disposed of. They would be used for energy.
Yep.
Great. Okay, so we have a question for Keroles from Jana. Thank you for putting the justice and sovereignty aspects front and center in your presentation. Would you mind elaborating a bit on the factors that enabled the community to pursue the wind energy project and how their experience can inform other communities to follow a similar path?
Okay, thank you, Jana. Well, the Shigang had a few years ago, there was a land settlement. So they had access. If you're familiar with a land settlement, is like a compensation for some of the colonial abuse. So they had access to resources and use part of that money to invest in the wind turbines. So yeah, I realize that not all communities will have the resources to do that, but Shigang made the decision to use part of their land settlement to invest in that. They also had to borrow money, so it's equity and loan, but they use their resources. So they're I believe they still have like a couple years to pay off the loan, but they were able to do it on their own based on the resources available to them. Did I Did I answer your question? Were you referring to the financial angle? Thank you.
And how is control over the decisions made for the wind project? How is that managed? Is it a board of people, or is everybody from the community able to contribute?
So Chiging set up an economic development corporation that oversees all the investments in the community. And one of the units or department is the energy department. So that energy has a board of directors that makes the decision. But before the project was implemented, they run community meetings. They had open house, like open meetings to explain the benefits. And that's why I had to investigate the communication aspects, because especially in marginalized communities, the notion of power takes there are several layers to that. There's power relations outside of the community, but there are also power relations within. So the idea is not to romanticize Indigenous communities, but to explore to which extent people had access to information and to the level of understanding of the communication presented. So yes, it's a community project, but I'm very well aware that, some people in the community had better access to information and were better equipped to understand the information presented. Did I answer your question?
Absolutely. And do you know about other community-owned, like, what's the picture like in Canada of community-owned power project, especially? I imagine you know more about the wind turbine projects, because it seems that a lot of these projects are usually owned by large corporations, and so that doesn't empower communities in the way that it could. And so I'm wondering what sort of support, like, is the government very supportive, or the federal or even provincial governments very supportive of these kind of projects? And what's the scale, like how many of these projects are happening?
So I read recently, there's a study, a paper by Oika, I believe, a researcher from York University in Ontario. And she compiled a list of Indigenous communities involved in renewable energy projects. So overall, it seems that across the country, there are about 300 renewable energy projects with partial or total ownership of Indigenous communities. So that's not a lot, but that's significant, and it's a growing number. So 300 projects, and that includes wind, solar, biomass, for both on-grid connected and off-grid communities. The government, so energy in Canada is a provincial jurisdiction. So in Ontario, when the previous Liberal government passed the Green Energy Act in 2009, there were specific provisions for project with Indigenous participation. So the requirement was Indigenous participation, not ownership. So a lot of Indigenous communities took advantage of that provision to get involved, to engage in renewable energy project. And that's the case of Chiging. They took advantage of that premium in the feed-in tariff program to invest. Now, in their case, they decided to go solely on their own without external corporation. But in Ontario, it was a big boost. That feed-in tariff program was a big boost for Indigenous communities' participation in energy projects. I'm not sure about the regulations and energy regulation in other provinces. I know Nova Scotia had a similar program boosting renewable energy, community wind energy, community renewable energy. I'm not sure about Quebec though.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, I have another question for Étienne. I mean, degrowth, it's a concept a lot of people haven't heard of and is quite radical. And I wonder, I know that like it's a long-term thing, like before this concept could even be like accepted by normal people and then accepted by politicians as well. But I'm wondering, is there any instances or cases of degrowth actually gaining traction yet in politics anywhere around the world? And like, of what is there a relationship between communism and degrowth, or like socialism and degrowth? Like because I feel like that's something that will come up when you propose this to people, and I don't know enough about economics to make those connections, but I'm wondering what you think of those.
Yeah, okay, so thanks, that's a great question. I would say that the main thing that distinguishes degrowth from socialism, communism, is the imperative for growth. Communism and socialism imply economic growth, imply a growth in the throughput of the economy, and degrowth says the opposite. So I think there are a lot of maybe values that are in common, but communism and socialism are expansionist economic theories. So you can have a welfare state that alleviates inequality and that like has a great Gini coefficient that's socialist, but it's growing. So it's participating in ecological and equal exchange across the globe and all those other things, but within the country, it's great. Everyone's happy. And that's the case of a lot of European countries. So I think that's the main difference between these two concepts. And I didn't go into the like kind of like socio-political structure of degrowth because it's not the point of my project, and also because I don't know it super well. But there are many differences and there are many propositions as to how a degrowth society, or how a society that embraces the values of degrowth, would organize itself. And we can how do you say that? We can get a lot of insights on that from cultures and economies that are not capitalist or not expansionist, such as so many indigenous cultures and a lot of cultures that have disappeared because they have been assimilated by capitalism. But there are like so many other ways to organize societies. And the question is, how do we kind of reconcile science and some form of technological progress and innovation? Because the point of degrowth is not to go back to like 1800s or like some like distant like hunter-gatherer, like kind of romanticized hunter-gatherer past. That's not the point. The point is to kind of create like this kind of hybrid. And your other question is, are there places in the world where degrowth has been articulated concretely? I would say that in Europe, degrowth is gaining traction. So in the global north in Europe, there's a lot of, so the two models I presented that I'm planning to use are both being developed in Europe. They're both funded by overarching, I think, state or Euro organizations. And they're like explicitly looking at degrowth as a solution. So I would say that in Europe, the degrowth discourse is much more prominent in the public opinion. And in non-global, because degrowth is not only about the global north, right? It's also about the global south reaching a certain level of energy consumption, if you look at it in these terms, because many places right now don't even have a decent amount of energy consumption. There are studies on that. So I would say that in the global south, I've heard that there are many places where social movements that reject capitalism and embrace more like communitarian, sufficiency-based living values. They recognize commonalities with degrowth, and there are connections which I'm not part of right now between Global South scholars and Global North scholars around the themes of degrowth. And often these movements are not called degrowth. They're called like, I know that in South America, there's one that's called Buen Vivir, which is basically translates to like the good life. And then there's one too in India, which is, I can't remember the name, but yeah, there's like pockets everywhere. And I think it's much more common than we think. It's just not called degrowth, but it's a rejection of the like overwhelming, like kind of tentacular like reach of capitalism and of commodification in every area of our lives. So yeah, I hope that answers your questions.
It does. Thanks. So maybe, does anybody else have any questions? If you do, you could just turn on your microphone.
Well, Keroles made a very insightful comment in the chat that Kate Raworth, the author of Do Not Economics, noted that modern societies are socially and intellectually addicted to growth without questioning how and when the growth model lands. Totally agree with that. And I have a lab mate who's been looking at the psychology of degrowth and how people respond to propositions of degrowth. And it corroborates this comment by Kate Raworth. Yeah.
So then there's another question. If degrowth is not coordinated globally, don't you think small pockets of degrowth would be outcompeted?
Oh, no, that's a very good question. I think in a sense, that's why capitalism works and other things don't work, because capitalism just assimilates or colonizes or expands on other ways of living. So I don't know. When I think about a degrowth transition in Quebec, kind of like independent of whatever the world does, I always think that China is going to come and it's going to like start like buying land in the north and find a way to kind of start extracting everything and commodifying everything. So I think small pockets are needed because they can lead to much bigger pockets and they can lead to top-down transformations. But I don't really have an answer as to the like degrowth being outcompeted. I think that's a possibility. And I think that's why degrowth must be very like actively democratic and actively, I mean, I don't like to say fight or fighting, but I think there has to be a certain level of assertion in the degrowth movement to kind of take this into account. But I don't have a clear answer on that.
Thank you, Étienne. And just for anybody who's interested, Jana put the link to.
I just had a comment to that, and certainly not my area of expertise, but I've been reading about degrowth, and to the last point about global coordination, I'm actually wary of global coordination because I'm not sure that global coordination is actually necessary, because various countries and locations have different patterns of growth. They are at different stages of their social development. So a global coordination might may bear the risk of imposing a one format, like a one size fits all model of degrowth, which in my view, and again, I'm really not an expert in the field, but I'm not sure that will be necessary, that global coordination. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah, to respond to that comment, I think something important about degrowth is that, I mean, that's a real thing that's being discussed, the danger of kind of like just having another like normative system that prevents people from self-determination in like having a globally coordinated degrowth with specific rules. I think the idea is just to recognize that a way I would look at it is that the global coordination would be along the lines of the sharing what we have within the biophysical limits, and then each local instance decides how they use their share. But I think we should not like completely dismiss the global coordination. But I agree that we should be very wary of the potential hegemony of degrowth. Or yeah, I think degrowth is trying to not be hegemonous, and one of the ways they do that is by calling themselves degrowth, which is very, very provocative and not hegemonizable. But yeah.
All right, with that, I propose we move the conversation to Wonder. So I'll post the link again. So we have about 10 minutes until the next session, but if you'd like to continue the conversation, please move it to there. And thank you to all our presentators. And we'll see you on Wonder or in 10 minutes for the next session. Thanks, everybody.
All right, folks. So if you're hanging out here with me, it could be that you are getting set for your presentation at 12:40. So we have Mohammed at 12:40, Maxime and Marissa. If all three of you are here, this is a great moment to make sure that your screen share is working. So feel free to turn your camera on if you're ready.
Excuse me, I have presentation, but you didn't mention my name.
Okay, you're not in the next block. I guess you're at 2 o'clock, are you?
No, 12:50.
Oh, that's funny.
Engineering solution, yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. I'm so sorry. I missed your name because they have you as Syed as the first name. So I did not see that. Sorry about that. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, just share my screen. That's all.
Yeah, if we want to just make sure it's working okay.
Directly the presentation. Can you see the?
Yeah, do you want to go full screen just so we can
make sure?
That's great. And do you, yeah, it looks good. Thank you so much. And you don't have any audio
actually,
video?
I have, but due to 10 minutes limited time, so I prefer to not share that.
Okay.
Animation. Yeah, 10 minutes is
it's short.
Already short, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Well, looks good. Thanks very much. And we look forward to hearing from you. And Mohammed, do you want to go ahead and this as
Thank you so much. Hello,
Okay.
everyone.
Okay, hi.
It's gonna be make a problem if I present in French or?
Non, no problem at all.
Okay, thank you so much.
Il y avait déjà des présentations en français ce matin, pas de problème. Beautiful. Looks good. Aucun vidéo ou
Non,
est-ce
pas
qu'il y a
du tout.
du son? Non? Ok, super.
J'ai déjà planifié à faire une présentation de 10 minutes.
Ouais.
C'est déjà prêt.
Parfait. Merci, Mohamed. Maxime, te voilà. Est-ce que tu aimerais... Hi, Maxime. Maxime, tu vas faire tu vas présenter en français toi aussi?
En français, ouais.
Super.
It's okay.
Ouais. Beautiful. Pas de vidéo, pas de son dans la présentation?
Non, c'est bon.
Non? Ok, super. Tout est super beau. Marissa, hello.
Hello.
Hi there. Marissa, did you want to give it a go? Give us a sneak peek at your presentation, make sure it's working fine.
Okay. Can you guys see that?
Yep, we see it well. And
The only
again,
thing I
same.
have- that one.
Okay, you have an animation. Yeah,
Is that running?
that's great. It's running. There's no
Okay.
sound with it though, right?
No sound.
Okay.
And can you hear me all right?
Well, we hear you a little bit choppily. What are you using there? You got some headphones?
I
Got
have
those-
headphones. I can try to take them off, maybe.
It is a little bit AM radio sounding, but that's okay.
I've been having problems with my sound.
Okay.
Is it any better now?
Ooh. Okay, that is much worse. Yep. So let's go back to the headphones. It's okay. I think Marissa, if you can hear me, I would suggest the headphones again. Oh, I just stopped your screen share. So, yep.
Can you hear me now?
Marissa, go back to the headphones, please. Sorry about that, folks. That might have just been really loud for me because I'm wearing headphones. But yeah, I see what you mean about your issue with your sound, and we can hear you with your headphones. It was definitely better than without. So.
Can you hear me now, or should I go back to the?
That's perfect.
That's perfect?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I don't know what happened, but it fixed itself.
Amazing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem. And if something happens again, I'll probably jump in and tell you. Okay, so don't be alarmed if you see me waving my arms and stopping you. All right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great, no worries. So everybody here is set up. So you guys are starting in about 4 minutes. So take this time to, you can relax. We'll wait for your moderator to come here and join us. Or you can go off on Wonder.
Anna, I'm
is
going
everybody?
to
Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
I'm going to transfer host to you just before I stop the live stream for the break.
Yeah. Great. Oh, the power, the responsibility.
And it didn't break the
Thank you.
stream. That's all I wanted to test that. That's all. So I'm going to stop the stream. You have to stop it now or put me back as host. Either way.
Good to know. So I'll co-host you, Doug.
Do you want to stop the stream, Anna?
I did it,
That's
I
good.
think.
Yep, that's good. Yep.
Great.
I think we're almost at 4 hours, so I'll start it up after. You can start it up. Thanks,
Okay.
everybody.
Do you want me to give you back the hosting
Yeah,
power?
sure. You can give it back.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know about that. I didn't know if that would survive that transfer, and it does. So
Yeah, it was so brief, my reign.
yeah, those host powers. They're intoxicating, I tell you.
Intoxicating, I know. I felt. All right, so just co-host me again then, Doug, please. It's a fun game of ping pong we're playing here. Okay, Maxime, your video just got a lot sharper. That's good. You have
Sorry?
your video just got a lot sharper, better.
Yeah.
And there was like a screen over. So we have paused the live stream, so I'll put back the link in the chat when people come back here in a minute. Just in case if you're on Facebook and want to share this on your own pages, then you'll have the address to do so. I think Mohammed froze. Yep. Étienne, are you there?
Everybody in wonder.
Okay. Hi, Étienne. Hi, Ola. So just letting you guys know that we had some issues with some audio for Marissa, but it seems to have worked out okay. We are gonna, so it might come back, I'm just saying, and she's aware of that, so we might interrupt. I'm just gonna put the message back in the chat that we're restarting the live stream because we've paused it during this break, and now we're restarting for the rest of the day. And
Sounds
otherwise, everybody's here and they've tested their stuff. You're good to go.
Perfect. So are we recording right now?
Yeah, we're recording, and Doug is going to restart the live stream when we're ready to roll.
Okay, well, should I wait until we restart? Is that the...
You can go ahead now, Étienne, if you like.
Okay, okay, perfect. So welcome back, everyone, to the second to last session called Engineering Solutions. So as always, we're going to have, we have 3 presenters, 10 minutes each, which will be followed by 15 minutes of a Q&A. If you have questions during presentations that pop in your head, you can write them in the chat, or you can raise your hand during the Q&A as you wish. So our first presenter is Mohamed Essali from the Département de Chimie, Biochimie et Physique de l'Université du Québec à Trois-Rivières. And his presentation is titled Capture sélective de CO2 dans des conditions ambiantes par un cadre organométallique microporeux réglable. Mohamed, I invite you to present this to us.
Étienne, we lost Mohamed. I think he lost the connection. So perhaps we'll start with the next presenter first and wait for Mohamed to come back.
Yeah, for sure. Oh,
no,
that's not more. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go ahead with Sayed Moshtaba Hosseinia. Sorry if I butchered your name.
That's perfect.
Oh, thank you. From the Faculté de Génie de l'Université de Sherbrooke. He's gonna present a systematic pitch approach for thermal energy storage integration in buildings. Please go ahead, Sayed.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you see my presentation?
Looks good.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So my name is Moshtaba Hosseinia. I'm a PhD candidate. So today I'm going to present my research study. It's about a systematic pinch approach for thermal energy storage integration in buildings. So if we consider buildings as an energy system, there are some difference between buildings energy system and the conventional energy systems in large industries such as refinery plants or power plants. Why? This is about the being dynamic. All streams in a building are time-dependent streams. They change during time. So if we consider this fact and the other fact that buildings are using about 40% of the produced energy in a country, so this would be a very important point to reduce the energy consumption rate in the buildings by using some heat integration techniques. So different loads in buildings are space heating, cooling, and domestic hot water. These are the main energy consuming streams in a building. So possible energy sources can be grid electricity or fossil fuel or renewable energy. Again, here we will face the intermittency characteristic or nature of renewable energy such as solar or waste gray water recovery. And there is a possibility for heat pumping in buildings. So regarding the pinch analysis, that's a major systematic approach in industry in both steady state condition and in batch processes. So the main difference between a steady state condition and the batch process is that time is the main component in batch process. But in a steady state condition, okay, we will have no problem, and the already available pinch model can do the job. So if we consider the available model for batch process or when time is involved in the energy system, even in the available literature, we will see that the CP, the product of mass flow rate by the heat capacity is always constant. But in buildings, as the initial, supply and target temperatures for the streams in a building are constant, CP will be a time dependent. So the available models cannot handle this time dependency of loads in a building. So there will be a possibility or a need for integration of thermal energy storage for the buildings as an energy system. So the main question in my research problem will be what is the optimum interconnection for a network structure between the solar thermal collectors, thermal energy storage heat pump, and a heat exchanger network that can minimize the energy consumption and including hot and minimization of the hot and cold utilities. So pinch analysis can provide a systematic approach to answer this question, but available models cannot handle this. So we need to adopt or modify the available pinch models. So the main design study will be in this way. There are three main steps in using pinch analysis for buildings. The first step will be data extraction. The more accurate this step, the more accurate the final result. Or if we reverse it, garbage in, garbage out, that won't be good. The next step is energy targeting. That based on the pinch analysis, we can extract the maximum heat recovery and including all renewable and time-dependent energy or streams in a building. And the final step would be the design and optimization of the entire system, detailed analysis or numerical analysis for predicting performance of thermal energy storage and so far and so forth. So this should be repeated for each day of a year in a building or with different minimum temperature difference for heat transfer in a heat exchanger. But obviously, we don't have that luxury of money or time to repeat for 365 days of a year. So we need to reduce. One way will be select one day for each season or select one day for each month to represent each month of a year. I'm going to explain the first two steps, data extraction and energy targeting. The final step, I should work on it. So we should first select the building and extract the dynamic source for that building. Here, we are selecting a multifamily test building located in Granby, Quebec, Canada, and everything regarding this building data are available in the literature, previously published papers. So we extracted the dynamic loads, including domestic hot water. This building is equipped with hydronic floor heating system for space heating. So, and the domestic hot water, warm gray water, and cold gray water can be extracted based on the available models in the literature. The next thing is that this building is equipped with 17 meter square of solar thermal collectors. There are two models for extracting the energy or stream of the solar thermal collectors. Solar thermal collectors can have a constant load or constant outlet temperature. Based on the energy analysis, fixed output temperature will have a higher performance. So we will go with this. For solar thermal collector, output temperature would be 65 degrees constant. So if we use the pinch terminology and set up the temperature intervals and time intervals, we can adopt the time slice model based on the vertical heat transfer model and extract the hot and cold composite curve. But the main thing that should be improved in the conventional time slice model is selecting the time slices. So in this figure, you can see the instantaneous domestic hot water load. So it's highly dynamic. We should choose a time slice to cover all the minimum or local extremum, minimum and maximum in the loads to have a very detailed and reasonable energy targeting system. So here I introduced this formula for the selection of the time slice model to cover all of the minimum and maximum, but this is just one example. We concluded here with this integration to have 2,400 time slices. That is impossible to show in this figure, but this is just one example. So based on the time slice model and this improvement in that model, we can extract the hot and cold composite curves. And based on this curve, we can extract the heat exchanger network plus thermal energy storages. So we will end up to have 2,400 of these hot and cold composite curves and corresponding heat exchanger network. If we put all of these in a sequence, we will end up to have a dynamic figure or animation with based on this hot and cold composite curve. We can calculate the hot utility, dynamic hot utility, or cold utility, or the maximum direct and mixed direct and indirect heat recovery based on the adopted time slice model. And we can have a superstructure. That means all the possible or required heat exchanger and thermal energy storage can be presented in one figure. That this is called superstructure. And as mentioned, based on integration of both renewable energy like solar thermal collector and gray water based on the domestic hot water, the hot utility here in this case grid electricity can be reduced by 63% in solar based on the December, solar in December, or 72% based off solar in March. In different months, we have different irradiance of the solar emission. And the final thing that the heat exchanger network plus thermal energy storage can be presented as a graphical view. In this view, the stratified thermal energy storage tank is the heart of this superstructure, and it's a mixture of direct and indirect heat recovery. Direct means directly heat exchange between the hot and cold stream. Indirect means using the thermal energy storage. So this result of this stage has been published in a paper, Systematic Pinch Approach to Integrate Stratified Thermal Energy Storage in Buildings in International Journal of Energy and Buildings. There are a lot of details that I couldn't cover in just 10 minutes. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Mojtaba. Very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
We're going to move to Mohamed, which was supposed to present during that slot. So Mohamed is going to present on the capture sélective de CO2 dans des conditions ambiantes par un cadre organométallique microporeux réglable. Mohamed, c'est à toi.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tous. Je vous remercie d'abord de m'avoir accordé la chance de partager avec vous un travail qui touche à l'environnement, à la fois et à l'énergie. Ce travail est intitulé Capture de CO2 hautement sélectif dans des conditions ambiantes par un Metal Organic Framework microporeux ajustable, réalisé à l'Institut de recherche sur l'hydrogène à l'Université du Québec à Trois-Rivières, sous la direction du professeur Adam Diong. Tout d'abord, je vais vous décrire le plan de travail de cette présentation. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Yeah, but this is the first page of your okay,
Ah oui, là,
let's move.
on voit ta présentation.
OK. Tout d'abord, je vais commencer par une petite introduction, puis je vais mettre la lumière sur l'étape de synthèse et de caractérisation des MOF pour vous introduire les nouvelles structures qu'on a réussi à synthétiser. Par la suite, je vais vous décrire l'étude d'absorption sur le CO2 réalisé et aussi les résultats de séparation du CO2 à partir des mélanges gazeux. Puis je vais terminer par une petite conclusion. Comme vous savez, la concentration excessive de CO2 émis par que ce soit le trafic d'automobiles ou les effluents industriels représente une menace et un enjeu environnemental qui recense l'attention de la communauté scientifique depuis plusieurs décades. Parmi les conséquences à grande ampleur de cette concentration excessive, c'est la perturbation des écosystèmes sur la planète et la menace d'extinction de plusieurs espèces animales et végétales. Et ce sera bientôt le cas de l'espèce humaine si on ne réagit pas. Pour cela, une politique mondiale était lancée depuis plusieurs décennies pour lutter contre la concentration excessive de CO2 dans l'atmosphère et d'encourager l'absorption de CO2 et la capture de l'atmosphère et réduire son émission par le biais de réduire la consommation des effluents pétroliers et utiliser d'autres ressources énergétiques alternatives. Mais en attendant, la concentration excessive de CO2 est convertie par la photosynthèse, par le couvert forestier du monde, mais c'est assez bas pour réussir à combattre la concentration de CO2 émis journalièrement par les industries et le trafic d'automobiles. Et à cause de ça, la communauté scientifique a décidé de synthétiser des matériaux qui jouent le rôle de la photosynthèse, comme les matériaux poreux qui jouent le rôle des poumons pour la planète. Alors, les matériaux poreux, ce sont des structures poreuses qui sont largement utilisées dans le domaine d'absorption des gaz, qui ont plusieurs propriétés et qui représentent une affinité envers le CO2 et ainsi plusieurs gaz toxiques. Une famille très spéciale des polymères poreux est les métal organic frameworks qui sont diversifiés et qui ont des structures largement différentes, adéquates à plusieurs applications. C'est quoi un metal organic framework? Un metal organic framework, c'est un cadre résultant de l'auto-assemblage d'un ligand organique et d'un ion métallique. Le cadre résultant peut avoir plusieurs architectures des pores avec des diamètres de pores bien spécifiques et selon le diamètre obtenu, on peut stocker des gaz avec des diamètres cinétiques adéquats pour ce port-là. Les métal organic framework retrouvent plusieurs applications dépendamment de propriétés physico-chimiques du cadre résultant. Ils sont utilisés dans la capture des polluants toxiques, dans l'eau, ainsi que la capture et la séquestration des gaz, et aussi dans le catalyse et la conversion chimique, ainsi que l'émission de lumière blanche. Notre stratégie était de façonner un diamètre de pore adéquat pour un cadre résultant pour accueillir sélectivement les molécules de CO2. Alors, pour atteindre cet objectif, il y a deux facteurs majeurs à prendre en considération. Le premier est celui de diamètre cinétique de pore et sa forme et son architecture. Dépendamment du diamètre cinétique du CO2, qui est un peu plus inférieur au diamètre cinétique des gaz habituels dans l'industrie, on peut avoir des cadres avec des pores largement adéquats pour accueillir sélectivement le CO2 et rejeter les autres gaz. Le deuxième facteur est le facteur de interaction électrostatique avec les molécules de gaz. La molécule de CO2 est largement plus polarisable que les autres gaz habituels dans l'industrie comme l'azote, l'oxygène et le méthane. On peut concevoir un cadre riche en atomes électronégatifs et ainsi que des liaisons d'insertion pour augmenter la polarité de surface de ce MOF pour accueillir CO2 et rejeter les autres gaz. Alors, en se basant sur ces deux critères, on a établi un schéma de synthèse d'un cadre MOF pour accueillir CO2 et rejeter les autres gaz, dépendamment des deux facteurs déjà cités. Pour cela, on a choisi un ligand organique riche en un atome électronégative, rigide planaire et polydentale, qui est vraiment écologique, facile à synthèse, et elle est moins chère, elle est totalement soluble dans l'eau, elle a les propriétés aromatiques et elle a une surface polarisée riche en azote. D'autre part, on a choisi de travailler avec le néodymium. C'est un acide de Lewis, c'est le plus oxophilique des lanthanides. Elle a un nombre de coordination très élevé. Il tolère la coordination avec l'azote et l'oxygène. Il peut conduire à des cadres résultants tridimensionnels au lieu de bidimensionnels et monodimensionnels. On a opté pour deux conditions de synthèse solvothermique différentes. On a réussi à synthétiser deux metal organic frameworks avec des architectures de pores totalement différentes, l'un avec une ouverture de pore sous forme carrée et l'autre avec une ouverture de pore sous forme losange. On a prouvé la purge de phase avec la microscopie électronique à balayage. Comme vous voyez, les cristaux de la structure RH6 sont sous forme octaédrique, tandis que la structure RH7 est sous forme des aiguilles allongées. Cette différence en morphologie nous a étonnés. Par la suite, on a décidé de caractériser les deux cristaux avec la diffraction des rayons X sur monocristal. Nous avons constaté qu'il y a le même mode de coordination pour le ligand et ainsi pour le métal, mais le cadre résultant, comme vous voyez, est totalement différent. Le mode de coordination permet d'avoir un angle pour les RH7 permettant d'avoir une ouverture sous forme losange avec un diamètre de pore beaucoup moins inférieur que celui de l'RH6 qui représente une ouverture de pore carré. Le diamètre effectif du sphère de vide dans la structure RH7 est de 3,8 angstroms, qui est plus ou moins inférieur à l'ouverture de pore de l'RH6 qui atteint les 4 angstroms. Nous avons simulé le volume accessible dans les deux structures par le biais du logiciel Platon. Nous avons constaté que la surface RH6 représente une surface spécifique de 647 m²/20, tandis que la structure RH7 représente une surface spécifique de 652 m²/20. Ces deux surfaces spécifiques sont vraiment adéquates pour l'application de séquestration de gaz et capture de CO2. Nous avons évalué la stabilité thermique chimique des deux structures par la spectrométrie d'absorption dans l'infrarouge pour la structure telle que synthétisée et après l'échange de solvants, et ainsi que les structures activées. La reproduction du même empreinte digitale des deux structures nous confirme bien la stabilité chimique des deux structures tout au long du processus d'activation des deux morphes. Nous avons évalué aussi la stabilité thermique par analyse thermogravimétrique après les deux pertes de masse correspondant aux molécules de solvants résiduels. Les deux structures restent stables jusqu'à peu près 400 degrés, qui est vraiment très adéquat pour les applications de stockage de gaz à haute température. Nous avons aussi évalué la stabilité et la stabilité de la cristallinité des phases par diffraction des rayons X sur poudre. Nous avons prouvé ainsi la stabilité des structures dans des conditions thermiques ainsi et sous des conditions d'humidité bien spécifiques. Nous avons ainsi évalué les capacités d'absorption de gaz dans des conditions ambiantes pour les deux structures. Comme vous voyez, les gaz diatomiques H2 et N2 sont pratiquement inabsorbables dans les deux structures à cause de leur faible polarité. La structure RH6 permet un taux d'absorption de CH4 qui est largement inférieur au niveau de la structure RH6. Cette différence va permettre de sélectivement capturer le CO2 dans la structure RH7 pour toutes les trois gaz, tandis que la structure RH6 sert seulement de capturer CO2 à partir des mélanges H2 et N2. Nous avons évalué la reproduction de ce comportement pour le gaz CO2 pour les deux structures. Comme vous voyez, l'absorption exponentielle de CO2 dans les conditions ambiantes est reproductible et arrive jusqu'à 10 cycles, ce qui confirme bien la stabilité de la structure et sa capacité d'absorption de CO2 reproduite à chaque cycle d'absorption. Pour évaluer la capture de CO2 dans des mélanges équimolaires de gaz, nous avons eu recours à Ideal Absorption Solution Theory, c'est la solution de théorie d'absorbant idéal qui nous permet d'évaluer la capacité des deux structures à capturer le CO2 sélectivement à partir des mélanges équimolaires de gaz. Pour l'instant, nous avons juste évalué les mélanges équimolaires CO2-CH4 pour les deux structures. Comme vous voyez, le comportement d'absorption CO2 favorable pour les deux structures est reproductible, mais on voit bien une variation au niveau de sélectivité pour les deux structures. Le diamètre de pore inférieur de l'RH7 lui permet d'absorber sélectivement CO2 plus que le CH4. Il lui confère une sélectivité qui arrive à pression atmosphérique jusqu'à 300 par rapport à la structure RH6 qui tolère à peu près un taux d'absorption de CH4 et son sélectivité à température ambiante et à pression atmosphérique ne dépasse pas les 83 de sélectivité. En termes de conclusion, je tiens à dire que nous avons réussi à synthétiser une structure pure, tridimensionnelle, stable chimiquement et thermiquement, et capable aussi de sélectivement capturer le CO2 à partir de mélanges gazeux et représente un grand potentiel, que ce soit pour la purification du gaz, biogaz méthane, et aussi pour les autres gaz largement utilisés dans l'industrie. À la fin, je tiens à remercier l'UQTR, Gihangange, l'Institut de recherche sur l'hydrogène, l'UTAX, le CRSNG, la Fondation canadienne pour l'innovation, mon directeur de recherche, professeur Adam Diong, ainsi que mes collaborateurs Najmeddin, Nourdistem, et aussi Midon Mohan et le docteur Thierry Maris. Je vous remercie infiniment pour votre attention et ça sera vraiment mon bonheur d'avoir vos questions, vos remarques et vos conseils.
Merci beaucoup, Mohamed, pour ta présentation aussi vraiment intéressante. On va tout de suite passer à notre... We're going to go to our next panelist, Maxime Parot, de la faculté de foresterie, de géographie et de géomatique de l'Université Laval, who's going to present his research presentation titled « Étude des lignines organosolves comme précurseur de fibres de carbone ». Maxime, c'est à toi.
Merci. Everybody can see my screen. It's okay.
Yes, it's okay.
Oui.
Okay. So first of all, I will make my presentation in French for more fluidity, but all the slides are in English, so I hope it will be enough for English speaker to understand the subject. Alors, je m'appelle donc Maxime Parot, je travaille à l'Université Laval au Québec sous la supervision des professeurs Tatiana Stevanovic et Denis Rodrigue, et mon sujet porte donc sur l'étude des lignines organosolves comme précurseurs de fibres de carbone. Alors, je vais commencer par quelques définitions. Tout d'abord, pour qu'une fibre puisse porter le nom de fibre de carbone, il faut qu'elle soit composée de plus de 90% de carbone. Ces fibres ont des propriétés très intéressantes car elles sont plus légères et plus résistantes que les fibres en acier, ce qui est vraiment intéressant par exemple pour renforcer des matériaux et leur conférer d'excellentes propriétés comme un faible poids et une résistance exceptionnelle. Actuellement, les fibres de carbone les plus commercialisées sont faites à partir de polyacrylonitrile, qui est une molécule dérivée du pétrole. Ensuite, une petite définition du bois, rapidement. Le bois, biologiquement parlant, est constitué de cellules végétales dont la paroi cellulaire est très épaisse. Et cette paroi cellulaire est elle-même composée de lignocellulose, qui, chimiquement parlant, la lignocellulose est composée de lignine, hémicellulose et cellulose. Alors moi, c'est surtout la lignine qui va m'intéresser. Je vais vous en parler plus tard, plus en détail. Ensuite, pour le contexte de mon doctorat, de mon projet de recherche, ça s'inscrit dans une optique de valorisation des déchets issus de l'industrie du bois. Et ça passe par une valorisation la plus complète possible des copeaux de bois. Parce qu'en fait, moi, j'ai remarqué que la plupart du temps, quand je lis des publications, par exemple, sur la valorisation de la lignine, en fait, il y a uniquement la lignine qui est valorisée. Et en fait, j'ai l'impression qu'on génère plus de déchets au final qu'on en revalorise. Donc moi, j'ai toujours dans l'optique de du bioraffinage, c'est-à-dire que je m'intéresse aussi à l'extraction des hémicelluloses en amont de l'extraction de la lignine. Puis, j'essaie de conserver au maximum de cellulose pendant cette extraction et également d'identifier tous les sous-produits à valeur ajoutés qui sont générés durant cette extraction. Un autre contexte est celui de l'utilisation des ressources pétrolières. Alors, la synthèse de la fibre de carbone a une utilisation minime des ressources fossiles en tant que telle, mais ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est que la fibre de carbone est quand même une technologie récente, assez récente, et remplacer le polyacrylonitrile par une molécule biosourcée et renouvelable comme la lignine, ça permettrait d'être en lien avec les objectifs du développement durable, qui est de plutôt favoriser des ressources durables plutôt que des ressources fossiles. Et ça, pourquoi? Parce qu'en fait, l'utilisation de ressources fossiles mène indéniablement à son épuisement et donc à une augmentation de son prix. Et il y a une étude qui a été menée qui a montré en fait qu'actuellement, la fibre de carbone produite à partir de polyacrylonitrile, la moitié du prix de fabrication de la fibre de carbone est due au précurseur, donc au polyacrylonitrile. Donc remplacer cette molécule-là par une molécule qui est quand même beaucoup plus facilement accessible, comme la lignine qu'on trouve dans le bois, ça peut être quand même très intéressant. Et également, pour appuyer mes propos, il y a une autre étude qui a montré une corrélation entre l'augmentation du nombre de brevets déposés sur la fibre de lignine carbonisée avec l'augmentation du prix du pétrole. Donc, il y a quand même quelque chose à faire avec la lignine en remplacement du pétrole. Mais je vous parle de lignine depuis tout à l'heure, mais en fait, pourquoi la lignine? Alors déjà, il faut savoir que la lignine représente entre 20 et 30% de la biomasse terrestre, ce qui représente des quantités colossales. Mais pourquoi j'utilise la lignine, par exemple, plus que la cellulose? Parce que c'est dû à sa structure moléculaire, qui est une structure aromatique, comme on peut voir sur le schéma ici, à droite. Et ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est que les molécules clés qui sont utilisées dans l'industrie pétrolière sont des composés aromatiques. Et en fait, c'est cette similarité-là de structure moléculaire qui fait qu'il y a un intérêt logique à vouloir remplacer le pétrole par de la lignine et pas une autre molécule comme par exemple la cellulose qui, elle, n'est pas une molécule aromatique. Alors, ça m'amène aux objectifs de mon doctorat, qui est dans un premier temps d'extraire la lignine de mes copeaux de bois, ensuite faire un filage, un électrofilage de lignine pure, donc sans ajouter aucun additif, pour ensuite, une fois que j'ai obtenu des fibres de lignine, faire des fibres de carbone. Alors, je vais rapidement présenter les résultats que j'ai obtenus. Alors, pour l'extraction de la lignine, j'utilise le procédé organosolve catalysé au chlorure de fer. Ce procédé organosolve a l'avantage de notamment conserver une bonne quantité de cellulose et également d'extraire une lignine très pure et très peu dégradée. Alors, je ne vais pas donner toute l'optimisation en détail, mais je tiens quand même à préciser qu'avec une petite optimisation, j'ai réussi à obtenir 72% de taux de récupération en lignine, ce qui est un très bon taux de récupération. Et également, on voit que je me suis intéressé à conserver un maximum de cellulose, ou j'ai identifié aussi des sous-produits comme les furfurales, 5-hydroxyméthylfurfurales ou des monosaccharides, qui sont des molécules assez utilisées, par exemple, en chimie organique pour faire différentes synthèses. Une fois que j'ai extrait ma lignine, je fais ce qu'on appelle donc l'électrofilage. Alors, le principe, le voici. Je dissous de la lignine dans du DMF, qui est un solvant organique, que je place ensuite dans une seringue. Cette seringue est placée sur une pompe, et en face de la seringue, il y a un collecteur. L'aiguille de la seringue et le collecteur sont tous les deux reliés à une source de haute tension. Et quand on allume le courant, ça génère en fait un champ électrique qui va faire éjecter un filament de lignine vers le collecteur. Et on obtient ainsi donc un tapis de fibres de lignine sur le collecteur. Pour les premiers résultats que j'ai obtenus, on remarque que la concentration de lignine dans le DMF est un des facteurs les plus importants. Si une concentration trop faible mènera juste à un électrospray et pas un électrofilage. Et pour les deux images à droite, alors ici, elles sont intéressantes, mais elles ne sont pas à l'échelle. Donc, si je les remets à l'échelle, on observe qu'une concentration en lignine entre 50 et 55% fait des fibres avec un diamètre très fin, donc c'est ce qui m'intéresse, mais pas homogène. Et si on augmente la concentration, les fibres sont plus homogènes, mais avec un diamètre entre 2,5 et 8 micromètres, ce qui est quand même beaucoup plus élevé. Donc là, moi, je suis encore dans une phase d'optimisation du procédé d'électrofilage, mais les premiers résultats sont prometteurs parce que j'ai réussi à faire de l'électrofilage de lignine pure sans vraiment ajouter aucun additif, donc c'est vraiment intéressant. Pour ce qui est des travaux futurs, ça va être donc dans un premier temps, stabiliser les fibres de lignine que j'ai obtenues pour les rendre plus stables et infusibles, pour pouvoir monter ensuite à des températures beaucoup plus élevées lors de la carbonisation, et ainsi transformer mes fibres de lignine en fibres de carbone. Alors, en conclusion, ce que je peux dire, c'est que remplacer le polyacrylonitrile, qui est le but, en fait, le but de mon doctorat, c'est de remplacer le polyacrylonitrile par de la lignine, qui est donc une molécule biosourcée et renouvelable. Ça va permettre en fait de diminuer le coût de production de la fibre de carbone, en plus de diminuer l'impact environnemental de la fibre de carbone. Donc c'est quand même très intéressant. Et également, renforcer des véhicules avec des fibres de carbone va permettre de réduire leur poids, parce que, comme j'ai dit, les fibres de carbone sont très légères et très résistantes. Donc un véhicule plus léger va consommer forcément moins de carburant pour avancer. Et donc, ça va permettre de faire une diminution des émissions de gaz à effet de serre, comme par exemple le CO2. Toutefois, ça, c'est ce qu'on dit en général parce que c'est beau, c'est vert, etc. Mais il faut savoir qu'il n'y a pas que des points positifs. Par exemple, actuellement, la production d'une fibre de carbone est 14 fois plus énergivore que la production de fibres en acier. Donc déjà, au niveau du balancement des émissions de gaz à effet de serre ou de consommation d'énergie, voilà, il y a un contrepoids. Et également, la fibre de carbone, c'est quand même une technologie assez récente. Et pour l'instant, on n'a pas trouvé de façon réellement viable pour recycler ces fibres de carbone. Donc pour la dernière phrase, ce que je vais dire, c'est que je pense sincèrement que la fibre de carbone, c'est le matériau du futur, c'est un matériau d'avenir, que bientôt tous les matériaux seront renforcés avec des fibres de carbone. Cela dit, comme c'est quelque chose d'assez nouveau, pour l'instant, on ne comprend pas forcément exactement bien comment faire des fibres de carbone de manière vraiment éco-responsable. Et donc, il y a plein de sujets qui sont actuellement plein de recherches qui sont mises en place pour essayer de justement réduire l'impact environnemental des fibres de carbone. Voilà, je vous remercie de m'avoir écouté. Thanks for listening. And if you have any question, feel free to contact me at this email address or today after all other presentation. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Maxime. Super intéressant encore. Thank you, Maxime. We're going to move to our last presenter, Marisa Schneider-Coppolino of Department of Chemistry of Simon Fraser University, who's going to present catalyst material development for alkaline fuel cell applications. Marisa, please go ahead.
Thank you for that introduction. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, it's frozen on my end. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
It's all good.
Doesn't seem to want to enter presentation mode.
Maybe try the reading mode right beside it. I don't know if you need the notes for the...
Maybe start it really quick. I'm sorry about that. I'm unsure what's going on.
Yeah, same
Marisa,
problem.
if it's not going full screen, just keep it like this.
Yeah.
And we can still see your slides.
Yeah, we can see pretty well.
Sorry about that.
That looks good.
Okay. So thank you for the introduction. My name is Marisa Schneider-Coppolino, and I'm a chemistry PhD candidate at Simon Fraser University. So we're working on developing catalyst materials for fuel cell applications. So how do I get to the next slide? Okay, so I want to talk about alternative energies as a whole first and how fuel cells fit into that picture. So as a lot of people have been talking about so far, a lot of the alternative energies that we have, they're really dependent on location, they're dependent on weather. So things like solar and wind, it really depends on if you have a sunny environment or if it is a sunny day. Or things like geothermal or hydroelectric, it depends on if you have these water resources, the geothermal energy nearby. So one of the benefits then of electrochemical energy or fuel cells in particular is that they aren't dependent on location. So they can have more widespread use. So for fuel cells, there's a lot of applications. You know, the first big application of fuel cells was the NASA spacecraft for alkaline fuel cells. And they can be used for anything from small scale, like powering a light bulb, or you can see here for a battery pack for a cell phone. They can be used for stationary or transportation applications. And some of the biggest you know, industries right now are large scale transportation, so buses and trains and trucks. So Vancouver here, we have a fleet of fuel cell buses. So I don't know if the GIF is going to work now that I have in this mode, but just a brief introduction on how fuel cells work. So we have two different catalyst materials. We have the anode and the cathode, and we have fuel coming in from both sides. So we have the hydrogen fuel and we have the oxygen fuel. And we have two interdependent reactions that allow for the production of electrons that go to the load or your energy source, your light bulb, whatever it is. So for fuel cells, if you operate purely on hydrogen, then you have an entirely carbon neutral energy source. So you have no negative emissions. All you're producing is your energy and some heat byproduct. And that heat byproduct can then actually be reused either in the fuel cell or in other applications as additional energy as well. So you can operate fuel cells on other energy sources other than hydrogen. So you can use hydrocarbons, so methane or natural gas. And obviously they have their own issues. Implementation of natural gas extraction, natural gas has their problems. But if they are used in fuel cell systems, they have less emissions than if they were used in combustion because you don't have the heat in the combustion process and you have a less inefficiencies. But obviously hydrogen fuel is the most environmentally conscious method. So for alkaline fuel cells in particular, I'm looking at this cathode material, looking at the reaction of the oxygen and the reaction with the electrons that are coming back through the load and allowing for this reaction to continue. It produces the OH anions that go back and then further react with your fuel source. So the issue with these fuel cells is that this reaction occurring at the cathode is relatively inefficient. So we're looking at different materials to increase the efficiency of this reaction. But in addition, one of the main materials that is used is platinum. And as was previously mentioned in one of the other presentations, platinum is a very rare metal. So the extraction of platinum and the obtaining of platinum is difficult, produces a lot of energy and is expensive. So the opportunity here is then to look at different materials, looking at decreasing the precious metal content and essentially decreasing the cost to increase fuel cell viability. So we're particularly interested in palladium nickel alloys. So palladium is very similar to platinum in many chemical issues. So, but it's available at a greater abundance. It's been shown to operate really well in fuel cells. The nickel, which isn't very active in fuel cells, it's extremely abundant and very low cost. So it's been shown that if you alloy the two metals, you can produce a very active structure, and then it's obviously cheaper because you have the inclusion of nickel. So trying to then alter the material to then be able to produce as efficiently as a pure platinum on its own. So then in terms of structure, we're interested in nanoparticles because essentially this reaction occurs purely on the surface of the material. So if you have a larger particle, you're essentially just everything in the middle is just useless material that is, extra cost. So the smaller the material you can make, you have essentially a more efficient use of your material, and you're still getting the same out of it. So you can see here that as you're decreasing the radius, your surface area increases quite substantially. So we're looking at hopefully trying to get a small surface area to volume ratio that's not small enough where you have this degradation. Once you're below 2 nanometers, you have a lot of degradation and a lot of issues. So trying to find that perfect amount where you can still optimize your system without losing it in the long run. So in order to do this, we're synthesizing these nanoparticles through a water and oil microemulsion method. So if you think about surfactants like your soap that you use when you're cleaning dishes, the surfactant, this head group essentially attracts around the oil that you have on your dishes and forms this sphere to then make the oil easier to move off your dishes. Well, this is essentially the opposite of that. So these head groups instead are attracted to water. So when you have your metals in that water, they can then attract to the water and then form what's essentially considered a microreactor. So you have an oily phase as your system, and the water with these micelles, these surfactants around it, creating these micelles. So each one of these reactors is a place for one nanoparticle to form. So it allows for really consistent sized nanoparticles that are really small and really, well formed, because they have essentially each one as a microreactor. So it also allows for the ability to really tune our composition, so we can change the amount of palladium to nickel to determine which is the best for our reaction. So in order to then determine what our nanoparticles look like, we can then use transmission electron microscopy. So you can see that our nanoparticles are deposited on a carbon support. So this is the larger material you see here. And then all of the small ones here are the palladium nickel nanoparticles. And we're looking at 3 compositions. This one's a pure palladium, this one's a palladium nickel 70-30, and this is a 50-50 mix of the two. Once we do that, we can then essentially create this electrochemical setup that will mimic what actually happens inside of a fuel cell in a more idealized environment. So we create a catalyst ink, which is a combination of our nanoparticles and other material that we can deposit on what's called the working electrode. And we can then test the reaction in an idealized system to determine how active it will be. So if we start this out in a nitrogen environment, it's an inert environment, so we can look at essentially the characterization of it. So we can look at different potential ranges to see the lower potential range. You can look at the oxidation or reduction that's happening on the palladium. And then the higher potential range, we look at that reaction on the nickel species. And you can see here that they're both present then on our surface. So then if we decrease the potential range to just look at the palladium, you can see here that this red here is the pure palladium system, and this is 70-30, and this is 50-50. So as we are changing the composition, it's altering what's actually happening of the oxidation reduction reaction. So it's showing that there is change in the composition and structure of our materials. So then if we add an oxygen environment, we can then look at the actual oxidation reduction reaction that would occur in the fuel cell. So we're particularly interested in the area up here. This is what's controlled by the kinetics of the reaction. And you can see that all 3 of these are relatively similar. So that's really promising, because you could see that even though we're increasing the amount of nickel present in our system, we're getting a really similar activity. So we can form just as efficient materials while increasing the nickel, decreasing the amount of palladium. So then we're essentially decreasing the cost of the system as well as the precious metal content. So the one issue that we have faced out, even though we're able to get a really high activity, we're getting a lot of degradation. So there's not much degradation for our pure palladium system. But once we add nickel, you can see that this is what's happening over a large period of time. We're degrading and we're losing the activity in our system. So we're interested in creating a core shell structure. So the core would then be that palladium nickel that has that high activity. And then we can coat that with a shell of some kind of material that can increase the durability of our system while still allowing for the high activity of the material. So in summary, we are looking at increasing the efficiency of the fuel cell cathodes, looking at trying to get away from pure platinum and other precious metals. So we're developing palladium-based nanocatalysts, trying to optimize the water and oil microemulsion synthesis, and really examining the optimal ratios so we can obtain really active and stable reaction. So really the opportunity here is to hopefully get fuel cells to a place where they are more viable in the current market and more efficient than they are currently. So thank you all, and thank you to my group.
Thank you, Marissa. So all your presentations were so interesting, and yeah, I think this was a great session. So does anyone have any question already for any of our panelists? Okay, so we have a question going on in the chat, I think. So I don't know if you guys would want to actually discuss this question in person, because the people that are watching us on the live stream cannot see the chat. So if Moshtaba, you could ask the question to Mohamed on live, that would be great.
Yes, sure. So my question is about the capacity of that MOF, MOF capacity of absorbing CO2. So yeah, they can absorb CO2 in some level, but we need a closed system, recycle, to absorb, maybe heating and desorption, and again absorb. But here the main concept will be lost, because the main goal is absorption CO2 from the atmosphere. Then what? If we have limited amount of MOF, so there will be I mean, there will be an end in the process. So what should we do to put it in a cycle?
Okay, thank you for this rich question. It will help me to explain the perspective of our work. So the MOF is previously used just in a closed system. So we get in a mixture of gas, and then we increase pressure, and then the gas which suitable to be absorbed, we absorb, and then we just remove the other gas from the reactor, and then we do heating or decrease the pressure to dissolve the gas, and then again and again from mini cycle. But now the tendency is to use what we call breakthrough system. So it's an open system which we pass a mixture of gas in a stacked reactor with the absorbent, which is MOF, zeolites, or other one. So the other factor that I didn't discuss is the breakthrough time. The breakthrough time is the time that take the MOF to absorb all the gas and be saturated, and then the mixer will pass without any absorbent. So this time, if it is enough and bigger enough to do adsorbent around 15 minutes or 20 minutes or 1 hour, we can do a loop, a cascade of 3 or 4 systems. So we pass the mixer through the first loop, and then once it gets saturated, we pass to the next one, and then at the same time we dissolve the first one, and once the first one will be dissolved, we use it again and again. So this is a way to use MOF in an open system without using a closed reactor, and it helps also to give a permanent absorption and permanent capture of CO2 and an industrial system. So because of we don't have the equipment, we didn't perform those tests, but we are looking to make a correlation to test how much time it take our MOF to be saturated in a such as system of mixer gas, and then we decide if it is suitable for this application, for such as application. And we have also to compare our breakthrough time with a reported one, and then decide if it is if it have some real potential in an application, in industrial application or not.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
very much.
Thank you, Mohammed. We have another question from Ramela in the chat to Marissa. Ramela, would you like to ask it? Yes. Okay.
Yes, of course. First of all, great presentation. It's pretty interesting. I was wondering, since it looks like you're in the final stages of tweaking it, do you predict being able to popularize this fuel type within like the next decade?
I think fuel cells as a whole definitely is a possibility. I mean, they've been around for quite some time, and I think they really, especially in large scale transportation, have started to emerge more and more. So here in Vancouver, we have some fleets of buses like I was talking about, and they also have forklifts and things like that that are fuel cell based. And in Europe, they're starting to come out with some trains. And they're even talking about large, long-term, planes and boats, and larger scale vehicles like that, which is quite fascinating. And there's always the possibility of fuel cell cars, but it seems like at this point in time, electric vehicles are competing more for the small scale transportation, and fuel cells will be more for the large scale transportation. But I really do think that there will be the potential for this in the long term. It's just, I guess, really having to work on the hydrogen economy as well. So it's kind of a two-step process of optimizing the fuel cell as well as creating a hydrogen economy that is more widespread.
I see. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Marissa. We have a conversation going on in the chat. Facundo asking questions to Maxime. So would you please re-ask your question with the audio? So, and then maybe Maxime, you could answer and also answer the follow-up question of Facundo.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, thank you for your presentations. I was just wondering, since you're developing something to replace the PAN fibers, if the properties are similar. I'm not surprised that they're a bit below, but I'm wondering by how much in terms of stiffness and maybe also tenacity and strength. Thank you.
Yeah, I have not how much is worse, but for at moment to date, there is a big increase to big work to do to make carbon fiber from lignin at the equal from PAN, but one of advantage is the surface adhesion in polymer. So the way of increase is
Je peux répondre en français si c'était mieux.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Donc la fibre de carbone à partir de lignine, pour l'instant, est vraiment à des propriétés brutes vraiment moins bonnes que la fibre de carbone à partir de PAN. Mais voilà, ce que je disais, c'est que une des visions qu'on a en fait pour la fibre de carbone à partir de lignine, c'est vraiment sur l'adhésion de surface, parce que le polyacrylonitrile, enfin les fibres de carbone à partir de polyacrylonitrile adhèrent beaucoup moins, donc on est obligé de faire des traitements de surface sur les polymères par exemple, alors qu'avec la fibre de carbone à partir de lignine, comme c'est un matériau naturel en fait, une molécule naturelle, la lignine, ben, il y a, au niveau de la surface de la fibre de carbone, on a beaucoup plus d'adhésion, et donc pour l'instant c'est là-dessus qu'on se dirige. Mais c'est sûr que là, pour l'instant, on est loin, avec la fibre de lignine, on est loin d'égaliser les propriétés à partir de polyacrylonitrile.
Merci.
Thank you, Maxime. We're already out of time for this session. So if anyone has more questions, I invite you to ask them to our presenters in the Wonder room. The link has just been posted in the chat. So yeah, we are coming back here at 2 for the last session of the Symposium Climate Finance.
All right, wonderful. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you so much. Enjoy Wonder. And for those of you who want to practice your screen share because you're presenting next, I'm here for you. Please do go ahead and open up your cameras and we can go ahead and test things. So I'm looking for Allison, Aileen, Noemi, and Kuadio, and Stéphane. I hope that's everybody. I'm sorry if I missed someone. So if any of you are here, I see Stéphane is here. Hi, Stéphane.
Hi.
Are you going to? Yeah, you're presenting. I see you're presenting in English with somebody else. Are you going to be sharing the screen?
Yeah, let me try.
Wonderful.
Can you see it?
Now it's full screen. Yeah. Do you want to move forward one? Yep,
Yeah.
perfect.
Sure.
Looks great.
Yeah.
Awesome. No video or sound in your presentation?
No.
Okay, parfait. So we'll see you back at 2. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. Hi, Noemi. Thanks for joining us.
Hi.
Hi. Would you like to take this time to just make sure your screen share works?
Yeah, sure. Should I just share my screen or upload?
Yeah.
Share?
Just share.
Okay.
Do you have any sound or video in your presentation?
No.
Okay, perfect.
Are you able to see it?
Yeah, looks great.
Okay.
Do you want to just move forward a slide?
Yeah.
Make sure. Yeah, perfect. Okay.
Cool.
Great. Well, you can relax now. We still have some minutes. So
yeah.
I'm just waiting for your co-panelists to join us. They're not here yet. So go ahead and hang out. You can go to Wonder as well, where they are currently networking.
Okay.
If
yeah,
you like.
that.
If you have
Cool.
that link.
Thank
okay. No problem. Hi, Allison.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Would you like to take
Try
this
to
time
share?
to? Yeah.
Is that working?
Yeah, we still see your toolbars. If you want to just.
I were to just do that.
Yeah, that's perfect. Right. Do you have any video or sound in your presentation?
Oh, not in the presentation, but like my mic is working fine.
Yep, it's all good. You have a little bit of a light in your
Yeah,
face.
it's not maybe. I have to move over a bit.
But we still see you.
Yeah, not great. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's
I don't think that helps much.
yeah, no, that actually helps. Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like my apartment, it's a pretty small studio, so there's only so many work at home spots.
I gotcha. No explanation necessary. It's all good. I was just trying to help you optimize it. But yeah, I mean, we see you, we hear you. Your presentation looks great. Looking forward to it. So you can chill in the background now for a few more minutes.
Thank
All
you.
right. No problem. Hi, Lynn. When you're ready, Aylin, we can test your screen share if you'd like. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Aylin Chen?
Oh, hi.
Hi. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't know you were calling me.
No, I'm probably mispronouncing your name. How do you say it?
It's Eileen.
Eileen. Okay, sorry about that. Did you want to practice your screen share?
Yeah, sure. Just a second.
No problem.
Okay, can you see my screen?
We can, yeah. And will you be keeping your video off? Or there you are. Okay. Do you have any video or sound in your presentation?
No.
Okay, perfect.
Just slides. Yeah.
That's great. Looks good. Very nice. So they're just going to come back in a couple of minutes and we'll get started with this panel. And I believe you're second to present, right?
Yeah. Sounds
okay.
good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
So all of your presenters are here and ready to go.
Fantastic. Thank you, Anna, for your help. You're amazing.
Pleasure. And are you moderating this one, Noah?
Correct.
Okay, wonderful. Well, have a great session. I'll leave it to you.
Thank you. So hi, everyone. Welcome to the session, Climate Finance. So we have 4 presenters today. We will have 15 minutes of questions and answers in the end. So please type your questions in the chat or raise your hand if you would like to ask your question in person. So I would like to start with Alison Taylor from the Department of Economics at the University of Toronto. She's going to present the heterogeneous investor response to new risk in financial markets, evidence from environmental litigation risk. Go ahead, Taylor. This is Alison, sorry.
Perfect. I'll just throw my slides up so everyone can hear me and see everything. So my presentation is heterogeneous investor response to new risks in financial markets. And specifically, I'm looking at environmental litigation risk. So explain a bit why I'm interested in this particular setting. So first, I want to talk a bit about climate risk and stock prices. So climate risks have been showing up a lot in the media and policy discussions. And first, let's define it. So it's just any business risk that could show up from climate change. So that could be hurricanes damaging equipment. It could be more carbon tax payments, or it could be lawsuits, which is the focus of this paper. And there's some discussion or concern that some of these climate risks might not be reflected in company stock prices. And especially a lot of push towards more disclosure for climate risk. But what we don't know is if we even have a problem here, if these risks aren't priced in assets, and also if information is the limiting factor here. So it could be that investors don't have access to the information and we do need more disclosure, but it could also be that maybe investors are more short-term, or there's some other kind of friction that's preventing them from managing this risk. So that's why I'm interested in understanding how investors are responding to climate risk, because then we can understand if information is an issue here, if we even have an issue. So I'll specifically be looking at environmental litigation. So my data set is federal environmental lawsuits. So this includes the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, Endangered Species Act, a bunch of smaller ones. So the Clean Air Act would regulate vehicle emissions or carbon dioxide emissions. Clean Water Act would be if a company is polluting a local lake, they could get sued for that. So it's pretty broad what I'm talking about here. And my question is, are investors responding to this? So if a company gets sued, does their stock price drop, which we would expect because there's cost to lawsuits? And then also which investors. So it matters which investors are aware of this risk and paying attention to it. And I just wanted to show in my graph, I have the number of new lawsuits against companies. And as you can see, it's increasing a lot lately. This is sort of an effort by activists to influence companies through litigation. And I just want to show that any past litigation risk that would be reflected in stock prices, investors should still be responding because this risk is increasing further because of more focus on environmental factors. So I'm going to take us through a couple different scenarios of how investors could be responding and some empirical evidence to show what I think is happening. So the first possibility is that investors don't know about this, they're not responding, stock prices don't drop as we would expect. So the test here is to see if the stock prices is dropping with a new lawsuit. And I also look at competitors because there's a selection effect to litigation. So it tends to be larger and more profitable firms that are sued. So I don't want to be picking up just some of those factors. But generally, the whole industry is at more risk of litigation if one is sued, because that would be an indication of who plaintiffs would be targeting in some of these lawsuits. So on the left here is the defendant stock price return, and competitors is on the right. And you can see that it significantly drops following a lawsuit for both. So it doesn't seem like investors are completely unaware of this risk. It seems like they are reacting as we would expect to sell the risk, or to sell the companies that are sued, and also when competitors are sued. And another thing that could be happening that would be relevant for the disclosure discussion is that some investors are aware of this risk and some aren't. So if some investors are aware and they're selling firms to those that are unaware, again, this means that it's an information problem and investors do need more information and we should push for more disclosure. So the test here is we would think that large investors have more resources to monitor risks or just keep track of climate change more generally. So if they're selling companies to smaller investors, then that could indicate we have more of a problem here where the smaller investors might not be aware. So as you can see in my graph, it's actually the large investors that are increasing their share positions for these companies, both defendants and competitors. So this is good from a disclosure perspective. It seems like we would think that larger investors would be more educated about this risk and they're increasing positions. So it doesn't seem like we're having a situation where investors are unknowingly taking on these companies. And I'll explain a bit more what theory I think is happening with the large investors increasing holdings. But first, I'm going to rule out another scenario. So it could be the case that investors are aware of this risk and they just redistribute based on their preference for environmental factors. So it wouldn't be a problem if investors are just buying and selling shares because some are more concerned about environmental factors in companies than others. So I test this to see if ESG investors are more likely to sell shares after a lawsuit. So that would be kind of more consistent with a passive strategy of just taking on the information and then reallocating to those that are less concerned about environmental factors. And I actually find ESG investors are increasing the shares in these companies, both defendants and competitors. So both of these results are a little unintuitive, but I think these all kind of come together to the final scenario where investors have different comparative advantages to engage with the firms and manage this risk. So we would think that larger investors are more aware or have more resources to talk to the company. So they would get more attention of management. And ESG investors would have a specialization in some of these risks and maybe the best tools to intervene to improve environmental performance. So this takes to the final scenario of investors have a different comparative advantage to engagement. And the results so far are leading towards this case where it seems like this is happening. I explore this story a bit more by seeing if there is more engagement following a lawsuit. So what's hard is there aren't a lot of good engagement data sets, but I do have shareholder proposals that have an environmental topic. So I see how if there are more shareholder proposals following a lawsuit of more environmental themed. And for both defendants and competitors, it's a bit noisy, but it seems like there are fewer environmental shareholder proposals following. But this could be happening because larger investors are buying up these companies, so they could be able to engage privately with the companies a bit better, so they could call up management. They don't need to go through the proposal process. So it seems like there is more engagement, but it's happening privately, and this is hard to get data on. But this is where this project, the results of these projects seem to be indicating as it stands right now. But if anyone has any suggestions for some other areas to look into, that would be helpful. So overall, I looked at how investors were responding to environmental litigation risk. Because the stock price is decreasing, it doesn't seem like investors are totally unaware of this risk. Because large investors were the ones to increase shares in these companies, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of asymmetric information among investors and that some are unknowingly taking on these companies. And again, because ESG investors are actually increasing their positions in these companies, it doesn't seem like investors are passively redistributing based on this factor, that they're taking a more active role. And so since I find that the large and ESG investors are more likely to buy shares in these companies, this is most consistent with an engagement scenario where investors see the litigation as an opportunity to engage, improve the company environmental performance, and lower risk and create value through that mechanism. However, I find there's fewer environmental shareholder proposals, so it seems like most of this engagement is happening through private channels. So that's everything. I also included my email in case anyone has any questions. Thanks so much for the opportunity and everyone's time here.
Thank you, Alison. Our next presenter is Eileen Shen from the Department of Finance, University of Alberta. She will present about institutional investors, ESG promoters. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
I think it's good enough. It's Eileen.
Go ahead, Ellie.
Sure. Can you see my screen? Okay, perfect. So, hi everyone. I'm very glad to be here. My name is Eileen. I'm from the University of Alberta, Department of Finance, and I'm glad to talk about my research, passive institutional investors, ESG promoters. So in this paper, I want to focus on passive institutional investors in China that are those who benchmark their investments on well-known stock market index, such as CSI 300 index or CSI 500 index, which I will explain more later. And I'll explore whether these institutional investors impact their portfolio firms' ESG activities. So ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance. Here, I will mainly consider two types of ESG activities. The first is environmental information disclosure, which include pollutants emission, environmental accident events, environmental violation events, ISO certificates, and so forth. And the second is ESG performance, which is measured by a firm's ESG score provided by a third agent. Usually the ESG score is a broader measurement that also takes the firm's disclosure information into account. And at the same time, it considers environmental management, negative environmental events, and et cetera, et cetera. And then I want to briefly talk about the motivations for this research. So the first is from the disagreement in previous literature on the monitoring effects of institutional investors on their investee firms. So some scholars claim that institutional investors should be able to supervise and monitor investee firms, reduce information asymmetries, relieve agency problems, and maximize shareholder value by virtue of their superior managerial skill and substantial resources. And specifically for those who invest in passive managed index fund, because the inability to sell individual stocks in the fund and the pressure of competition with active managed funds, these index fund owners are those institutional investors who most want to improve the corporate performance. On the other hand, some researchers find that institutional investors may cooperate with firms' managers to exploit dispersed small shareholders. In particular, they may choose to overlook management fraud if they can benefit from its consequences. And also for those passively managed funds, the charge rate is far lower than those of actively managed funds. So a lower charge is actually difficult to support and may not cover the high company supervision costs, which may discourage active monitoring. And as this paper specifically considers firms' ESG activities, you may wonder why passive institutional investors care about this firm's ESG performance. And studies have shown that mostly for financial reasons. In other words, previous researchers provide evidence that ESG activities could increase firm value, especially in the long term, which is consistent with the long-run investment horizon of most of the institutional investors. And the second motivation is that most of the studies so far have examined the developed market. There is little knowledge about the role that institutional investors play in a developing economy, such as China. And for China, one main reason might be that retail investors used to be the main player in the market. However, since 2002, Chinese government has gone to great lengths to encourage the development of institutional investors. And in 2020, the domestic professional institutions in China owns about 12 trillion RMB A-share firms flow adjusted market cap, which represents a 4.4 trillion RMB increase over the 2019. So it's worthwhile to explore how this burgeoning group of market participants influence corporate behavior. And also considering the existence of poor investor protection and prevalent ownership concentration in developing economy, it's kind of uncertain if institutional investors could still perform their monitoring role. And the last most motivation is that sustainable investment have been surging in recent years. So to meet clients' demand for sustainable investment, an increasing number of institutional investors have committed to integrating ESG in their capital allocation process. So a survey conducted by scholars in 2020 shows that more than half of the institutional respondents worldwide attempt to reduce the carbon footprints or stranded asset risk of their portfolio firms. So this is a direct evidence that institutional investors could potentially improve firms' ESG activities. However, the biggest endogenous issue that researchers face to drive a causal relationship between institutional investors and ESG activities are reverse causality and omitted variable bias. So in particular, the former considers that firms' current and anticipated ESG activities may influence institutions' investment decision. And while the latter regards that institutional ownership might be correlated with some confounders, such as stranded asset risk or historical carbon footprints that might also affect ESG activities. So to overcome these challenges, I use semi-annual CSI indexes reconstitutions as an exogenous shocks to institutional holdings for stocks around the 300 and 500 cutoff. So the CSI 300 index comprises the largest 300 A stocks listed on the Shanghai Stock Exchange and the Shenzhen Stock Exchange in terms of market capitalization. And the CSI 500 index comprises the next largest 500 stocks. And because portfolio weights assigned to each stock within an index are value weighted, benchmarking by institutions leads to a sharp difference in the ownership by institutional investors for stocks at the top of the CSI 500 index relative to the stocks at the bottom of CSI 300 index, even though they're otherwise similar. For example, suppose firm A ranks 299 in CSI index, which means it's at the bottom of the CSI 300, and firm B ranks 501 or as the top one in the CSI 500 index. So investors who bought one share of CSI 300 will nearly have none of their money invested in firm A, while investors who bought one share of CSI 500 will maybe have close to half of their investing money in firm B. So there will be a discontinuity in passive institutional ownership around the 300 and 500 cutoff. And because this index assignment is determined by an arbitrary rule surrounding the market capitalization of the 300 largest firm, so this variation in ownership is plausibly exogenous after conditionally on firms' market capitalization. And so most of the data for this paper are from SISMA database, including stock level institutional ownership data and CSI index membership data. And the ESG score data are provided by Sinto Green Finance, a China-based third-party data provider specializing in ESG data and green finance advisory. And my analysis is restricted to the sample of stocks founded in the CSI 300 and 500 indexes between 2008 and 2020. And for the main analysis, I restrict my sample to stocks in the 100 bandwidth around the cutoff, as determined by the end of December CSI index assigned portfolio weights for stock within each index. And here is the evidence of the discontinuity of institutional ownership around the cutoff. So I first sort stocks using their end of November daily average market cap and plot the average end of next year's March institutional ownership percentage over this market cap ranking. So ownership for the CSI 500 firms are to the left of the zero vertical line, and ownership for CSI 300 firms are to the right of the zero vertical line. So we can see that that being assigned to the CSI 500 index is associated with a significant jump in the ownership by passive funds for stocks at the top of CSI 500 relative to those stocks at the bottom of the CSI 300. And then I use a two-stage instrument variable strategy to identify the effect of the ownership by benchmarking institutional investors on firms' environmental information disclosure and ESG scores. So specifically, I use inclusion in the CSI 500 as an instrument for ownership by benchmarking investors. And I also include a robust set of controls for stocks end of November daily average market cap in my estimation, because market cap can directly affect a stock's institutional ownership for reasons separate from index assignment. And in the second stage, I regress the environmental information disclosure and ESG score variables on the predicted institutional ownership from the first stage. So that's basically the idea of the research, and it's at a very preliminary stage. So I'm looking for more questions or opinion or suggestions for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aileen. Our next speaker is Noémie Bouka from the Rothman School of Management, University of Toronto. She's going to present about green persuasion. Go ahead, Noémie.
Do you see my slides?
Yes, we do.
Okay, perfect. Hello, everyone, and thanks for having me today. So I'm going to talk about this project that is joint work with one of my supervisors, Nicolas Nostroza. It's purely theoretical, so I'm not going to go into any detail of the model. I'm going to stick to the idea and the main underlying economic mechanism. So I understand that the audience may be multidisciplinary, so I'm going to give a bit of context first. So in corporate finance, one thing we're interested in is to look at how companies are making choices in terms of project they invest in. So you could think of a project as investing in a green technology or investing in a polluting technology, for example. Companies are key players in the fight against climate change because they have a huge political and economic power. And so it's important to understand how they make their choices in terms of investments, again, whether they want to invest in green technology, polluting technology. However, there is an agency conflict that is commonly studied in economics. So this agency conflict is about the fact that management and shareholders may have misaligned objectives and misaligned incentives in choosing investments. And shareholders who own the company, who provide capital to the management to finance the projects, have to find some ways to incentivize the management to undertake the project they like. And so one way is to compensate the manager in stocks of the firm so that he or she as well want to maximize the shareholder value, which is the stock value, the stock price. And so we've seen empirically, and it's also what Aileen and Alison have been documenting empirically, that shareholders are increasingly concerned about climate change and concerned about whether the firm they invest in are aware of this issue. But the stock price may not be enough to incentivize the management to invest in an environmentally friendly project, and we're going to see why. So climate change poses two challenges that we identify for this project that we depart from in our model. So on one hand, climate change related projects are long-term initiatives, which means the performance of those projects, the benefit of those projects will be observed in the long run. However, the manager is evaluated and compensated in the short term. And so, investing in a climate change related project that may be more costly in the short term is not good for the manager, because the investors may not be able to say whether the manager is doing bad, is unskilled in the short term, or it's because just the project is peaking, is not performing well in the short run, but will perform better in the long term. And so the manager may not be internalizing the long-term benefit of those projects and may not be incentivized to undertake those. The other thing that is also very important in this climate change sphere is that the performance of those projects is very hard to measure. It's what I think they were talking about this morning, that climate change is not only one number. It's very hard to quantify the effect of climate change, and it's very hard to quantify the performance of climate change related projects. And so if there is no information for shareholders to assess the managers and to assess the project that managers are undertaking, it means they cannot discipline the managers and they cannot, pressure the manager to undertake those kind of projects. So those are the two main challenges that we look at, and we depart from saying that it may not be rational for the manager to undertake any ESG or climate change friendly projects because of those two reasons, because again, there's no information, so why would the manager undertake those kind of projects, right? He's not rewarded for it. So in this project, we are asking the question, how does third-party disclosure allow shareholders to create incentives for managers to pursue ESG objectives? So the idea is if we give information by those third-party disclosure, I'll come back to it, if we give information through those to shareholders, shareholders will have a tool to pressure the managers to pursue ESG objectives. And you can think of third-party disclosure third-party disclosure bodies as being standard setters, ESG rating agencies, ESG-focused indices, who all of them have some sort of disclosure rule to provide to investors. At least they try to come up with disclosure, better information about firms, about managers' efforts for shareholders. So what we do in this paper, we have a theoretical model that is based on the information design literature and incorporates the moral hazard friction, which is the agency conflict that I was talking about. And so information design, the literature on information design tries to pin down what the optimal disclosure rules are. So you could think of an optimal disclosure rule as being, for example, a pass-fail rule, or that would be not very precise rule. You could think of a better rule, a more precise rule that would be, a scoring rule between 1 and 10. So there's smaller intervals, and so that would be more informative. And so if the idea, the economic mechanism behind is that if there is more information, if the disclosure rule is more informative, maybe the shareholders with this new information would be able to discipline the manager better by trading more the stock on the stock market, which will affect the stock price. And because the manager is compensated with stocks of the firm, it will he or she will be more incentivized to act in according to shareholders' preferences. So here again, we are trying to determine which disclosure rules are better, so more informative or less informative, to incentivize the manager to take maximal ESG efforts. And so one thing that is also interesting that we like to incorporate, and that is a feature of climate change related action so far, is regulators and governments have been struggling to come up with some standardized disclosure rules. And so I was talking about the standard setter, the ESG rating agencies and indices. Very often those are not mandatory, so firms and managers don't have to be part of those programs, disclosure programs. It's voluntary. And so we would like to incorporate that into our model and say, how do we design a disclosure rule so that indeed it's going to incentivize the manager to increase efforts, to increase the investment in green technology, but also to participate more in those programs so there's more disclosure, and all this is a virtuous cycle. And so yeah, this is what we do. We exclude disclosure by the manager herself because I think this is a different question. We really look at disclosure by a third party. So it's still preliminary, but so if there is no disclosure at all by any third party, the manager is better off taking her privately cheapest effort, action, project, investment. Why? Because there is no information that is disclosed about this effort. There is no discipline at all. And so the manager is just going to undertake the action that is the cheapest to her, to him. Now, if we include the disclosure by third party, again, there is this discipline effect at play. And so in this paper, we are trying to determine the conditions under which more informative disclosure incentivizes the manager to participate in those disclosure programs so that the shareholders can put this discipline effect in effect, and the manager will take higher ESG efforts. Thank you. Don't hesitate if you have any feedback or question to contact me. Thanks.
Thank you, Noémie. Our next and last presenter for today is Stéphane Drey from the Department of Economics at the University of Montreal. The presentation is about long-run carbon consumption risk and asset pricing. Go ahead, Stéphane.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to present my project on long-run risk and asset prices. So to start, we have two sets of motivation for our paper. First of all, we all know the impact of the environmental issues, which is one of the hottest topics among policymakers. And also, we know that human actions, behavior, have some kind of impact on the atmosphere, especially the goods and services we consume contribute to deteriorate the environment. So we have some kind of two ways of measuring the carbon emission. First of all, we have a production perspective and also the consumption perspective. So this graph shows us the fact that as of 2000, we have some kind of a higher carbon emission based on consumption perspective more than the one at the production perspective. So that's why in this paper, we are trying to use the carbon emission based on the consumption using the aggregate consumption data. So the second part of our motivation is the fact that the canonical long-run risk models is hardly detectable, which means that investors cannot detect that risk, so they cannot react against this risk so that they can hedge themselves against that long-run risk. However, the carbon emissions have a long-run risk and is more detectable by using news from new papers. And why the carbon emission have a long-run risk is simply the fact that the policymakers try to reduce at the pre-industrial level the carbon emissions. And also emissions create damages on the environment. And these damages will affect aggregate consumption. So we think that consumption will depend partly on the emission in the atmosphere. So what will be the question we answer to this for these papers will be to know if our carbon consumption-based long-run risk is able to explain existing puzzle in the finance literatures, namely the equity premium, risk-free rate, volatility puzzle, and also if we can use that models to explain the difference in terms of returns between firms, those who pollute the most and those who pollute the least. So in terms of contribution, we provide a new consumption-based carbon emission measures, which is different from the existing one. And also we propose a carbon consumption-based long-run risk, which is different from the existing long-run risk models. So in terms of our findings, we are able to solve the equity premium, volatility, and risk-free rate puzzles by decomposing the consumption growth into two parts, the green part and the carbon part. And we suppose that the carbon part have a long-run risk in the volatility and the mean, which means that the uncertainty in the economy is due to the carbon consumption. And also our measure is able to explain the cross-section of the among the firms and industries. But for this presentation, we want to show the result for the cross-sectional analysis. And last of all, we show that our decompositions increase the capacity of the investors to detect the long-run risk by 10% compared to the canonical models, which means that those agents or investors can use that information to readapt their portfolios against the climate change. So my presentation, my paper is related to two strands of literatures. First of all, the long-run risk models. And just to say that those papers use the aggregate consumptions to assess the empirical implications of the long-run risk. While in this paper, we are using the carbon consumption based on the consumption perspective. And the second leg of our literature, related literatures, is the climate finance, where this paper, Benson et al. 2016, showed that there is a long-run risk in the temperatures, and temperatures is among what we call physical risk of the climate change, but we are interested in the transition risks which are affected by the carbon consumptions. So in terms of modelization, I won't take that much time. We suppose that there is a representative agent which is investing in N+1 assets, one riskless assets and N risky assets. And he have these budget constraints, which means that his expenditures is equal to what he have as revenue. And he is willing to maximize an Epstein-Zinn type utility function. This utility function is suitable for analyzing the climate change effect on the real economy. So for my long-run carbon consumption risk models, as I said before, I decompose the consumption growth into two parts, green part and the carbon part. And I suppose that the conditional expectation of this carbon consumption is risky. And also the conditional variance of this carbon consumption leads the uncertainty in the economy. And I modelize the long-run risk as the AR1 process and also the conditional volatility. And I suppose that the green part of the consumption decompositions is followed a AR1 process, but it have some kind of a correlation with the carbon consumption, which is intuitive because the green consumption is somehow related to the carbon consumptions. And in order to link the real economy to the first part, we modelize the dividend growth as the following. The long-run risk which is the expected conditional expectations of our carbon consumptions, affect the dividend, and also the green consumption affect the dividend, which means that if consumers consume more green, then they will have some kind of a dividend to encourage the action. And I suppose that all the innovation are RID for simplicity. So how do I measure the carbon consumption and green consumption? And let me remind that in climate change areas, it's some kind of difficult to measure the real impact of climate change in the real economy. But we use two simple data, the NEPA, to collect information about 12 consumption categories, and we merge these those informations to the economic input-output life cycle assessment, which provide the footprint for each consumption categories. So in green are the categories whose pollute the least the environments. In brown, the categories which pollute the most the environment. And by decomposing, so maybe let give an example of carbon footprint. So in 2002, if we consume the air transportation at $1,980 million, sorry, if we spend $1 million US, we will pollute the environment at a level of 1,980. So as you can see, I use those information to compute what I call carbon consumption and the green consumption as follow. And then by taking the difference between those variables, I will have the growth rate of the carbon consumption and the green consumption. And those variables can be shown in these figures. In green again, I plotted the green risk in black. I plotted what I call the carbon risk. And I also plotted some kind of a business cycle, which gives some kind of information about how important the climate change is. Let's say the World War II, the first FD, the election of Reagan, and so on. And those business cycle have coincided with the peak of my variables. So let's talk about the return part. So I use the CRIS database, which contain the information about the North America firms as my market portfolios. And also I use the 49 industrial portfolios from Pharma Frank website to do my analysis to assess the implication of my carbon consumption based long-run risk on the returns. So to summarize the results, as we can see here, the rho X and the psi X show us how important the climate risk is, and we compare our result, which I call LRCCR, and the Benson and Yaron, which is the canonical modelization. And to maybe simplify my results, when we take the full sample and the pre-oil sample, there is no that much difference between our model and the one of Benson and Yaron. But when we take the post-oil, let's say where people became aware about the issues about the climate change, our model outperforms the one of Benson and Yaron in terms of replicating the observed risk-free rate and the market volatility and expected premium. So to conclude, in terms of results, as we can see here, when I take the post-oil sample, we see a rise in terms of volatility risk due to the fact that people become aware of the importance of preserving the environment. And so to conclude, since I don't have that much time, I showed that my modelization with long-run risk is able to replicate the existing results in finance and able to increase the capacity of the investors to detect this risk by 10% by using climate change news. And also we are able to explain the difference in terms of return among brown firms and the green firms. So thank you for your attention, and I will be open to have your suggestion and question. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. And thank you to the big thanks to all our presenters for such an interesting presentations and insights into the financial side of climate change. I would like to know whether our audience has some questions. I don't see any questions in chat. If you have some questions, please raise your hand. And I see the hand from Bianca. Go ahead, Bianca, please unmute yourself and ask the question.
Hello, thanks for the presentations. I have a comment on Alison's presentation. Just a quick thought. I don't know much about the corporate finance literature, but I know there is some evidence that the investors, they don't directly respond to environmental performance, but that happens through the consumption side. So there is some evidence that the consumers boycott products from firms that are not environmentally friendly. And so maybe for your analysis, it would be nice to take the industry into account. So like that happens more for consumer goods, for example, because the consumers can directly influence by changing their demand. And I read some papers at some point, I don't remember which ones that do this type of analysis, and they find evidence that the investors and the stock prices would respond to that consumer boycott. So yeah, just a thought I had during the presentation.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you. Yeah, a good point where consumer, like it could be the reputational effect, that's the main issue. And then that's a good idea to kind of do that subset. So hopefully I'll have those results soon.
Thank you, Alison. Since we're on the topic, I have a quick question to Alison. Your results are somehow contradictory to what we would expect, right? How would you explain those results to us, like to those who are not involved in the corporate finance? Why your results are in this way? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess I started with priors. I was more concerned that investors wouldn't be aware of some of these risks. So that was sort of what I was expecting going into it. There are a lot of, so there's a great paper by Kruger et al. They survey a bunch of investors, and investors have very different strategies. So they can't basically sell a lot of companies because they're really large pension portfolios. So they have to engage in different ways. So it could be coming down to the constraints of investors and not necessarily their concern for environmental factors. And also just the fact that litigation seems a bit more manageable. So if it's like greenhouse gas emissions, that might be harder to reduce. Whereas if it's kind of spilling stuff into a lake, then you could intervene with a company and improve performance. So I think it has to do with that this is a relatively smaller risk and easier to fix. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, Alison. I know that Stefan had raised a hand before. Do you still have questions, Stefan?
Yeah, I have a question
Go
for
ahead.
Etienne. At your second stage of your estimation, where you show your regression, I think that when you estimate you predicted the percentage of institution, and also you added to the second stage regression, I think that there will be some kind of collinearity in your estimation. So depending on the estimator you'll be using, your result or analysis will be biased. So I don't know if you think about it or you have an answer for that.
I'm sorry, which variable are you mentioning that will cause the correlation?
Can you show your slides?
Yeah, sure. Sorry about that.
Yeah, in your first equations, you use the same explanatory variables as in the second regressions. So I'm wondering when you will predict what you call institutional percentage in the first equation and introduce it in the second one, there will be some kind of a collinearity between variables. So this may affect the significance of your parameters. So this may increase the fact that your parameters will be significant and then bias your analysis. I don't know if you understand.
So are you specifically mentioning this to like market cap variables and flow market cap variables in both of the two-stage equations?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I use them as controlling for the market cap that will design the index membership for the stocks. And just I'm thinking because even when we are using like RDD method and we are supposed to use the same controls in the two stages. So and for the normal IV method, we are also including both the control variables in the two stage. So I'm not sure about the correlation issues to the significant issues here. But I will think about it. That's a good point. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And also, I see a question. Sorry about that.
Do you have a question in your chat, Aileen?
Oh, sorry. I think that's a direct message. Sorry about that. That's not a question.
No problem. Thank you, Stefan, and thank you, Aileen, for answering the question. I have a question to Noemi. You're doing theoretical research, the same as I do. Okay. So I have, usually we are faced with a critique that our theoretical part is somehow discontinued from the real world. Mm-hmm. How would you address this issue, and how would you respond to the problem that you raised in your research about stakeholders and management? How do you overcome it in the theoretical environment? Thank you.
So I think the interest of having a theoretical model here is that we can't really have empirical analysis, which distinguishes all the moving parts, and we can observe the counterfactual if we if we look at the disclosure of some standard setter or some so I think this is the point of having a theory, is to see how things are interacting, and when we move one variable, how we should expect the other one to move. And if we observe that empirically, we actually don't have the same direction of change, then we can wonder if our theory is wrong. Are we making strong assumptions, or is it that we're not understanding something, a key feature in the empirical world? Yeah, so I think this is both are complementary, theory and empirics for sure, and both have their pros and cons, I guess.
That's very true. Thank you very much, Noemi. I have a last question to Stefan, if there is no questions from the audience. So Stefan, you in your research, you're using the consumption part instead of the production to determine the carbon, to evaluate the carbon emission. Why did you choose the consumption and not the production? Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, because as I showed in my first graph, there is some kind of when we measure the emission at the consumption level, we have some kind of a difference between the production side and the consumption side. So this is why I'm interested in the impact of consumption in the climate change issues. And second of all, because I'm using a consumption analysis. Because when we talk about the long run risk, we put ourselves into a set of consumption, the fact that there is some kind of a risk in the long run, because the impact of the climate change is not at the short-term level, but in the long run level. So we want to see how can this long run risk will affect the way we consume today. So that's why I'm using the consumption emission. Thank you for the question. Great question.
I understand. Thank you very much. And we are out of time for questions. If our audience has any questions to our presenters, I invite you all to join us in Wonder platform. And also, I would like to invite you to Climate Jeopardy workshop. If Alex is here, Alex, are you here?
Yeah.
Would you mind to present us what is it about?
Of course. So at 310,
Yes, 310.
Yeah, 310. So at 310, I will be demonstrating a Climate Jeopardy. It's a resource for educators to teach about climate change, mostly at the high school level and CJEP level. So it's been a work in progress. It's an interactive game show, and so we'll be playing a bit of it. I'll be demonstrating it, and then I'll want your feedback. We'll do some polls for because most of them are multiple choice, and so we'll test your knowledge, and then also I just want as much feedback as I can get to make it as good of a resource possible. And I feel like the interdisciplinary nature of this conference is perfect for making it better. So if you have the time, I guarantee you'll learn at least something, and it'll be fun. And I hope all could learn something too.
Thank you, Alex, for such a great introduction. So I invite everyone to join us in Wonder and join us at 3:10 at Climate Jeopardy workshop. Thank you.
Alex, are you still here? Do you need anything at this stage from us?
Let's try out to make sure it works.
Now we're seeing presenter mode.
Okay. Share. There we go. Is it good now?
Yep. Yeah, that's great. A wee animation, lovely. I meant to ask you, where do you gather all the factoids for your Jeopardy game? Do you create them yourself? Do you have a team of experts on hand?
Yeah, well, it initially started with a team of 5 people in the environment department.
Mm-hmm.
And we each took a section and developed it. And then, I mean, they were of varying quality. So then me and and Brogan, that's who I think we've met.
Yeah.
We sort of refined it. And then that was a mix of news articles and like soft science and peer-reviewed articles. So what we've done over the past year is really try to back up everything with actual peer-reviewed articles. And so we're almost there. And yeah, that was the logic behind it.
And so you're trying to also are you wanting to provide people with a platform so that they could play it themselves in their schools and their classes, etc.? Is that what you're aiming for? Or did I misunderstand that?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the goal. The goal is to, once it's refined, to just send it out to, we have a list of email addresses of every school in Quebec. So we'll start with that. We'll send it out to all of them, and then maybe to more personalized to specific science teachers. And so, yeah, that's the goal. It's really for other people to use it so that we don't have to go in the classes, but they have enough information to do it themselves. And eventually I'd like to have a video demonstrating how we do it, just so that the educators feel more comfortable too.
Is there any chance for like a championship after? Like, do you only have the one game kind of thing, like, you know, first round of Jeopardy and second round, or do you have like a million other questions that you could keep creating new versions of it?
I think it's going to end at this, because it's already, I mean, we've been working on it for 1.5 years, and it's been mostly volunteer hours. So
sure.
I think it'll end where it is. And then what's great about it is it's PowerPoint. Every educator has access to PowerPoint. So they'll be able to change it up themselves if they want to, or if they need to update it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's wonderful.
I always wondered why it was PowerPoint. Now I know.
I mean, ideally, we were talking about making it into a web-based, or making a web-based version, but it's beyond our budget and our capabilities.
Sure.
And I figure pretty much everybody that would use it will have PowerPoint.
But are there any courses at Concordia right now that you've linked with where the prof is using it in their class?
So more of the linking that we've done, so we have run it in what's her name, Emma Desplan's class, and she was planning on using it. But I mean, then like we were doing this mostly right before the pandemic, so I mean, we'll have to touch base with everybody again, and like doing it online, it's already sort of challenging, I think, to do it in person, and I think it's better to do it in person too, because the students there's an energy to it. So we haven't really pushed it for online, just because it's not completely ready yet for in person either. So but most of the connections we did make were at the John Abbott College, so there's 3 professors, I believe, that are using it in their lesson plan.
Well, I mean, ideally, if there's a final push to kind of workshop it in real time in the space, we'd love to have you there to run it through ForSpace, you know, either as part of a class or like just to put the finishing touches of playing with it, and, you know, before you graduate, you know, no pressure, like whatever. I don't know what your schedule is, but yeah, it would be great to provide you that kind of, you know, public opportunity, and like actually animate the space with this and set up the tables and have the teams and really play it at Concordia with a bunch of folks here.
Yeah, that would be great. I really appreciate that. I think we could do a little launch party when it's finally done.
Awesome.
Which I really, it should be done over the summer. So
What about your own research? Where are you with that?
I just started my
What are-
PhD, so I'm going to be around.
You just started. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to be around for another 3.5 years.
Okay. Sorry if you told me that before. I can.
Oh, no worries.
That's okay. Excellent. Well, I mean, yeah, I think it's wonderful that so many hours were dedicated, like as you say, volunteer hours to put this together. I wonder if you could, I don't know if it doesn't really make sense for you to make this kind of write about it as part of your PhD research or project, but there seems to be some kind of, like as a pedagogical tool, if nothing else, you know, like if this could be incorporated into somebody else's project down the line or something, there seems to be like something there to.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I didn't even think of that, of trying to get an article out about it.
Yeah, as a kind of tool, you know, methodology of talking about climate change. And I mean, I don't know.
I like that. Get some extra citations.
That's right, you have to milk it. And Doug, are we good with this poll? Is there anything to be?
Everyone can launch the poll? I think, Alex, you can also, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just have to relaunch. I can do it, but yeah, there you go.
Okay, perfect. So if I press share results, everybody can see.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Should we try to play the music as people come back?
The Jeopardy music?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm so sick and tired of it, but I'm gonna, when we're done, I have a musician friend. He's gonna make a little jingle to replace it so that we don't run into any issues with copyright or whatever.
Yeah, I think we would run in. That would get pulled out of the YouTube and the Facebook live streams, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
Not that it would matter, but
for sure. Unless we all just whistled it badly.
Yeah, just enough for everyone to get it, but not enough for the machines to understand it.
Yeah, that'd be scary if they got it through the whistling.
A chorus of whistles. I don't know. You guys might be very talented in the whistling department. I don't know. Some people just got it, you know?
Yeah, I only learned to whistle when I was 19, so I'm still a newbie.
It's a skill.
Yeah, it is. I got my pet bird when I was 19 and realized it was not a disadvantage, but just the fact that I couldn't whistle was extremely obvious when having a bird.
I saw your watercolors or whatever behind you of your, is that your bird there?
No, it's an artist that has a bird, and a friend bought it for me, knowing that I have a bird.
What kind of bird do you have, Alex?
I have a lovebird.
Oh.
But unfortunately, I can't do that to him. He's not that comfortable. I could rub his head a bit, but I've seen videos of people doing this with their birds, and I'm quite jealous.
Yeah. No, it takes some. As a previous bird owner myself and a pet sitter of many a bird, I can speak to the hours and hours of coaxing / familiarity you have to develop before you start flipping them and so on. But it can be done.
What kind of bird did you have?
Oh, I had kind of budgies when I was younger, but recently I've been taking care of a little. Oh my God, I forgot the name, the type of bird it is. I'll look it up. Get back to you.
Okay. The bird you're babysitting at where you are now?
Yeah.
They must love the background and the palm vibes.
It's a little bit confusing, I do admit. It's like, I want to go there. Nope. So it learned the hard way. Poor little Chepito, that's his name.
Oh, Chepito.
Chepito. All right, Ola's back. So I'm guessing it's 3:10. We're 3:11. Ready to go, Alex?
Yep. All right. So what you're seeing on the screen right now is the first page, the first slide of Climate Chapter. So Climate Chapter, it's essentially a PowerPoint. It makes, calling it a PowerPoint, I'm always hesitant because it makes it seem like it's going to be quite boring. But there's a lot of clicking on and around and transitioning to different pages, and there's a lot of images. So I hope I've gotten good feedback that it is quite engaging, and we used PowerPoint so that it's accessible to any educator, because pretty much every educator has access to PowerPoint. Now, the goal is to have this game as a resource for any teacher who wants it. So within every, I guess I should move on first so that you could see what I'm talking about. So there, in the real version that's not online, there are nice transitions. So right now it's going to be a bit choppy, but the point, everything is clear when you're, oh no, okay, wait, I just got to close it and open it back up again because you see that there's 5 different sections. Wait, I'm gonna come back. Sorry.
So Alex, we're in numbers. We're excited about numbers.
Yeah, numbers are so exciting. Okay, give me a second. So basically what we did, we developed this as a climate emergency committee at Concordia, which is a bunch of graduate and undergraduate students. And so we all contributed to getting the information. So every slide has a question and an answer, and we bring it to students and separate them in teams, and they choose on the scoreboard which question they want under which subject. And if they get the question right, the points go to their team. So our experience is that students get really excited about it, and the energy is high because of the points. And it's been a real success so far. And we've collaborated with John Abbott College, and we've also had it at Concordia and several high schools. So the way it works, first I'll explain how it works and then we'll play a bit. So each section, do you see the
yes.
scoreboard? Okay. So we have 5 different sections, and there's 5 questions for each section. So climate science, impacts on nature, impacts on humans, personal solutions, and system solutions. So I'll start with, what one do I want to start with? Let's do climate science for 400. So how much CO2 have we put into the atmosphere since the year 1870? So then the question, the possible answers come up. All the teams decide on their answers. They have 60 seconds, and the Jeopardy music plays. Okay, it doesn't work as well online as I would like, but basically that orange bar would slowly go down as the time limit approaches. And so let's try it out. We'll do a little poll. So how many elephants? So for climate science for 400 points, how much CO2 have we put into the atmosphere since the year 1870? So the start of industrializations. So the unit of measurements are elephants, just to give the youth a perspective of because when we use gigatons, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have any representation. So what we did was transfer the weight of elephants to the amount of carbon that is in the atmosphere. So I'll launch the poll. So is it either 10 million elephants, 480 billion elephants, 320 million elephants, or 60 million elephants?
I like how I can imagine the elephant in the air. Like how many elephants? 10 million elephants.
Yeah.
I can imagine all the sky just full of elephants.
Yeah, yeah, those are the sort of images we want to, that I think are useful for people to understand how much we're actually putting into the atmosphere. Okay, so I'll give you a couple more seconds.
Did we got it right?
Well, everybody seemed to choose the highest amount, which is wise. So the results are 71% with B. So let's see. Okay. I'm afraid to click it twice. Okay, there we go. So the answer is actually, okay, sorry. The answer is 135 billion elephants, but that's not actually B, right? Yeah, I messed that up. So this is still a work in progress, and I just changed this recently because I recalculated based on what the CO2 emissions have that have accumulated since I started this project. So anyway, that has to be fixed. Let me write that down.
It's okay. Anyway, we all got right B.
Yeah, you got it right anyway.
Number.
So by burning fossil fuels, changing land, and making cement, we have released the equivalent over 135 billion elephants. So this is what 1,000 elephants would look like. So just a little visual, imagine on the sky. Now this is, they just look like pixels, but this is just 0.00007 of the elephants that would be in the sky. So this is 100,000, but there's a lot more, right? So then I go on to discuss a bit about the impacts of the carbon cycle. So we try to go from question to question quickly so that students get the gist of it more than the details, because that's not the type of stuff they will remember. And so we've actually, for these first 3 sections, we've pretty much completed the questions and the answers. There's still a bit of fine tuning to do, but these ones are well worked on. And so what I really want to work on today is the personal and system solutions, which I think is also more appropriate for this conference. And so if somebody wants to choose one of the personal solutions or system solutions, you can see the questions that are answered go in black so that they can't be chosen twice.
So can I choose from personal solution or, what do you say, impact on humans or system solution?
The last 2, yeah, personal solutions.
The last 2?
Solution.
I'll shoot 300 for system solutions.
300 for system solutions. Okay, this is an interesting one, and it's been a bit controversial. But geoengineering means to use science to alter the environment. What is currently the most promising way geoengineering can reduce climate change? So then I leave 60 seconds for the students. So you should see the poll open there. And let's see if the timer works. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why the timer doesn't work, but.
Yeah, it works. I see the bar decreasing.
Oh, okay, good. For some reason, it's not showing on my screen. And so at any moment, please, if you have questions or you have advice or feedback, it's good. And I want questions because the best thing about running it in schools is that the kids have asked questions and I'm like, okay, that's something I have to give as information for the educator. So let's end the polling. So we have equal amounts for A and B, large scale tree planting and capture carbon tech and inject underground. C was place giant mirrors in space, and D was layer the ocean with iron. So that's good. That's what I would expect, is half A, half B. And now we focused on tree planting. I'll explain why. But first, let me just say that for each slide, there's basically a mini essay in the notes of the PowerPoint. And so that's what we've been working on is making these mini essays and making them clear and address all the questions. And so we have a little blurb for the educator to say as they're answering, are saying like, oh, the correct answer was tree planting. And then we have background so that the educator could read it, have a detailed referenced explanation of any information that would help them answer questions from the students, so that they're comfortable presenting this. So we use tree planting. So no one action is a solution, but trees build themselves with CO2 from the air, and they have a lot of other positive benefits for biodiversity and ecosystems. And of course, it would take 1 trillion trees worldwide to effectively reduce climate change. And that, in a lot of ways, is where this is contested. Do we actually have the room for that many trees? And the first article that came out about this, I think it was in 2018 or I believe it's in 2018. It was very grandiose in claiming that, okay, this is the most effective way to reduce or to mitigate climate change, because if we could basically get rid of most of the carbon we've emitted into the atmosphere if we plant 1 trillion trees, 1.2 trillion by 2030. So while this is contested, because a lot of the places used in that study to plant trees, it would not actually be that great. So a lot of it was planting them in savannas in Africa, but savannas are actually huge carbon reservoirs as well because of the grasslands and the soil underneath. And so there was a lot of misconceptions in this article, and I only learned after. So I used the article, and then I got feedback when demonstrating at a sustainability conference, and I looked more into it, and there's a lot of papers and comments that happened in response to that original paper contesting how useful it is. So it is still a great solution to mitigate climate change, but it's not as effective as claimed. And to find the space for 1 trillion trees is very difficult, especially if planting up north is going to reduce the reflection from snow, and there's a bunch of other things that weren't considered. And the reason we didn't choose carbon, storing carbon underground or carbon capture, is because it's a gamble in that there's a lot of the scenarios for the IPCC, for example, are banking on this, but the technology isn't there yet, and economically it's not feasible yet. Maybe somebody could contest that if they know more about carbon capture, but from what I've researched, thanks, Monica. From what I've researched, it's not a viable solution yet, and we don't know if it will actually be scalable. Whereas tree planting, we know wherever it has to be done very carefully to not disrupt ecosystems, but it can be very effective, and there's no downsides if it's done properly. So yeah, and then I to give the kids something to hook onto, I share Ecological, which is a search engine. It's based on Bing, Microsoft's Bing. So it uses all the profits that they get, or a portion of profits that they get from advertising to plant trees. And it's great because it actually says how many trees they've planted with the revenue that you've generated. So it's Bing, so it works relatively well. I mean, people like Google, so I go back and forth when Bing doesn't give me the right answers I'm looking for. But yeah, so 1 trillion new trees, Marissa. So it's a lot of trees, and that's a lot of money. But like Justin Trudeau's government committed to planting, I think, 1 billion trees. So these sort of initiatives are important, and they're not going to meet their goal of planting that. Apparently, I read an article about it recently, but it's something to work on, but also not get distracted on it. Like, a lot of companies are taking up tree planting to sort of greenwash our make it seem like they're doing more than they actually are. And there's actually been a lot of instances of tree planting not actually happening, even though companies are saying it's happening. So we have to be careful with that. All right, so in reality, the answers aren't that long-winded, but I thought I'd help inform you guys on these things while we're here. If somebody else you could either write in the chat or speak up and choose another section and point value.
How about, oh, sorry, was someone else going to say something?
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say impacts on nature for 500.
Sure. I want to focus on personal solutions, system solutions, but because those are ones that need more work, but
Oh, sorry. No, sorry, Alex. Let me pick another one. I thought we were focusing on the gray ones. Okay.
No
okay, no, let's go. Okay, let's go personal solutions 500.
Okay. How can we relate all these pictures to an important climate action to reduce climate change? So we have garbage, we have Dollarama, we have clothing, an iPhone, Starbucks, and a landfill. Let me start. That's true. This was not. So not all of them are multiple choice, and this works well in person because they have the teams, and then they just have to come up with an answer. But just answer in the chat what you think, how we relate all these things to climate change. And usually the Jeopardy music is playing now. We have to get our own jingle because climate Jeopardy will probably strike us down for using their music.
I like how that car is there on top. Looks like it's gonna drive on it.
Yeah, it almost looks photoshopped in. Okay, waste, overconsumption, recycling. Yeah, these are all. Yeah, you guys got it. It's funny, this question actually stumps a lot of younger people. Of course, we all have some sort of background in climate change, but I'm very surprised that like this wasn't originally a 500-point question. It was, I think, 300, but then I did it in over 25 classes, and it kept getting I kept getting the wrong answer from all the teams. So I made it as one of the more difficult ones. So it shows that people don't necessarily relate consumption to climate change directly. So yeah, you guys were all right. But so consumerism, waste, reducing your consumption. So the average American's carbon emissions, so these statistics are usually pretty similar for North Americans, so for Canadians and Americans. So the stuff you buy is around a quarter of your emissions. So it's important. The criticism of this part as well has been the effect of individual actions, because something that I think Damon said in the first panel is that coronavirus showed that even when like we all reduce our transportation significantly, it only affects like 6 to 7% of emissions. So I preface this whole section when the first question comes in this individual section with the fact that really like systematic changes are needed, because the pandemic showed that individual actions aren't the hugest part of the solution, but that is important to change culture, to gain that support so that larger scale actions can happen. So here I emphasize specifically that clothing. So clothing is about 10% of the world's emissions, just the production of clothing. And also electronics are huge emitters because of all the materials and energy that goes in. So I emphasize here like the importance of keeping clothing, of reusing clothing, buying used clothing, and the same thing for electronics. So trying to use electronics as long as possible and to take care of them. And also, I like to touch on the myth of recycling. So recycling has sort of facilitated us to use more because we're like, oh, it's being recycled. But in reality, it's only, where did I wrote it down somewhere? I think it's only 8% in Canada of plastics that are actually recycled, and the rest is either shipped to another country or burned for energy, or just most of it, I think like 89% just ends up in the landfill. Yeah, Montreal is a great culture for thrifting, as Ramela said in the comments. Okay, so
I had a quick question. You mentioned about how much is actually recycled. How can we know if what part of if, let's say, in our municipality, what the government's doing with what they're supposedly supposed to recycle?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. There was a CBC marketplace investigation where they put GPSs into recycling bins to see where they ended up, and they did it for 4 recycling bins in 4 different municipalities. 3 out of the 4 went directly to landfill. So,
Oh, yikes.
yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of lip service in that, like, municipalities are like, okay, we're recycling, but I mean, the best thing you could do, because there's no way to really know unless if CBC had to put GPSs in the bins to find out, like, I don't think there's a way for us as individuals to really find out. So the best thing you could do is just reduce like your consumption of plastics. So try to go more and more zero waste. And luckily there's more stores in Montreal opening up that are zero waste. And so living that lifestyle, I mean, it is difficult. It requires more energy, but once you set yourself up with it, it becomes easier and easier, and you actually end up using less, spending less money. So that's the only recommendation I could really give, because there's no real way to track.
I would like to add on it, Alex, if I may.
Yeah.
There was a story in Montreal a couple of years ago with the compost. So basically, we believed that compost was going to facility to be composted there, right? But unfortunately, it wasn't that. It was not the case. Similarly, there was a situation with the recycling that not all the recycling materials went to the recycling facilities or being shipped abroad. They actually ended up in those incinerators. So it's a really tragic story with recycling. And I would recommend everyone to, on top of what Alex said, also to, when you buy, when you would like to purchase something, check how much plastic cover is in it. Check what is made of. Check where it is produced, how it was shipped, and make just good choices. I'll put it in this way. Thank you.
Yeah, and there are actually apps that can help you do this. I can't remember the name, but if you Google like app for I guess like life cycle or eco-friendly app purchases, or eco-friendly purchases with an app, it should come up. I should have this app name on hand, but you could scan the barcode, and if there's any information about it, they will give it to you. All right, let's continue going. If somebody else could ask a question, choose a point value and a section.
How about personal solutions for 400?
Olivia, you almost got the food one, so but we'll get to it.
Darn.
So what can we pressure our local governments to do to address climate change? And local, I put in capitals here because often students wouldn't realize this for local. So I'm looking for 4 answers, 100 points each. So just give me your answers in the chat box, and we'll see which ones are there. I think this is one where I need some feedback, because there might be things I'm missing. So just imagine the Jeopardy, the yeah, I'll go to the answer. So Petitions, boycott companies. Yeah, that's great. Writing to city council, participate in public conversations, improve public transportation. Yeah, so here I'm pretty lenient with giving the points as long as they have some good ideas. So you guys have some good ideas. Of course, like I leave this open one at the bottom for things like petitions or boycotting, writing to city council. I think that's good too. And so what I have here is invest in bicycle infrastructure, incentivize electric vehicles, support green renovations, because a lot of our emissions actually come from heating and cooling buildings that lose their heat and their cold air very easily because they're old buildings. Yeah, Monica, you're on the nose with that. Yeah, exactly. So then local food production, like in Montreal, we have what's really great is Lufa Farms making the rooftops into greenhouses, and there's actually a paper about Montreal, how we could actually, if we, in combination with using the agricultural lands we have on island, which aren't many, and gardening and these rooftop farms, if we really expand the rooftop farms, we could actually support all of our growing season consumption of fruits and vegetables by growing on island, which is quite impressive. So there's a lot of room to improve there. And then, of course, improve waste management, improve public transportation. Luckily, Montreal is pushing for all these things. In Canada, there's tax benefits for people making green renovations. In Quebec, they've done a lot for composting, and they're making a huge compost facility in Ville-Saint-Laurent, and public transportation is going more electric, and I don't know how much it's been improving in access, but yeah. Okay. Just for a change up, since we have time, I love this question because not a lot of people know about it. So this is in climate science for 500 points, so it's a difficult one. But what could cause the climate of some regions to become significantly colder because of climate change? This is counterintuitive, global warming, but this is why we changed the term, or one of the reasons that they've changed the term from global warming to climate change, because it could be quite complex. So I'll start the poll. All right, we only got 2 votes, but I'll take it. So, all right, we got 3 votes, I guess. Yeah, so A got 1 vote, B got the most votes, and that's correct. So a change in ocean currents could actually have very significant effect on global climate. So what you see here on this map is the conveyor, it's called the conveyor belt, or specifically in the Atlantic, it's the Atlantic conveyor belt. So this is in red, the warm surface flow of the ocean. And then what happens when the warm water gets to Greenland area and like Northern Europe, it starts to sink because it gets more dense, because it's colder, and it gets saltier because of the melting, not the melting of glaciers, but actually glaciers during the winter. When they form, they're rejecting salt, so the salt doesn't get isn't part of the ice, so it gets saltier and saltier in those areas. And then, of course, there's the glaciers melting, which make it less salty. But in general, the density is usually increasing there. And so, what this does is the density, the water starts to sink there, so it creates this current of everything going up where to fill the space where it sinks, and this is carrying a lot of the warm air from Central are along the equator up into Europe and North America. And what's happening is with the melting of the glaciers, the water is getting less dense and it's warmer too. So the density is reducing. So this pole is reducing, and it's been steadily reducing for the past 15 years. And this whole conveyor belt system is one of the reasons that, for example, Paris is actually higher or closer to the North Pole than Montreal, but has a much milder climate in general. Their winters are much less intense, and that's because of this whole system. So as the system is slowing down, it's reducing the flow of warm air to the north. And one of the fears is that if we progress too far in climate change, the system will stop and change, and this will just change the distribution of energy in the atmosphere. So this is one of the really important things that we need to be have a lot of caution about and try to prevent from happening. And one of the challenges too is doing this without seeming too gloomy and giving children hope, which is a challenge, which is quite a challenge. But it takes practice. But it's something that I'm in the way I write it and the essays, I try to frame it that way for the educators. Okay, I guess I'll just choose them since it doesn't seem like having people choose is the most intuitive option. So we'll go for system solutions for 400. So how much more money does the Canadian government give to help fossil fuel companies compared to clean energy companies? Is it A, do they give 4 times more to fossil fuels? Do they give B, 9 times more? C, they give about the same, or D, 1.5 times more? So you should have a poll there.
I think this is one of the most important questions in the debate with the government.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting how hard it is to get this information. I spend hours researching this to try and get the information. So like people don't really know how invested the government, the federal government, and even the provincial governments are in fossil fuels compared to clean energy. But the evidence I found is pretty disheartening. Okay, so and the polling, show the results. So B, 9 times more. Oof. A, we got 1 answer. D, we got 1 answer for it as well. And luckily, the answer isn't 9 times more. It's 4 times more. So over 4 times more money is given to dirty energy. So that's at least $3.3 billion per year, and that's a mix of federal and provincial money. Now, that amount of money can be used to educate nearly 235,000 people per year, give healthcare to 470,000, and job training for 300,000 workers. So if you think of using that money, not only to just shift that money towards renewable energy, but shifting it to other sectors, that's a lot of money that could do a lot of good things, and specifically job training for people so they could transition from working, let's say, because the biggest barrier in Canada is the oil sands and how much jobs that gives to the economy of Alberta and Saskatchewan. And so if we were to use that money instead to train people and expand renewable energy, there's a lot of potential there. But of course, there's all these vested interests that lobby the governments to give subsidies. And again, educating people to work in renewable industries instead. And there's actually interesting initiatives like Iron and Earth, which is this not-for-profit in Western Canada that's trying to train more and more people to work in renewables. And the truth is that from the research I've done, so these numbers are actually from a pro oil sands website. because I was having such a hard time finding the information. So I went to a pro oil sands website, and they were like, oh, look how much money we give to fossil fuels. No, they were complaining about renewables. Look how much money we give to renewables, and it was 800 million compared to 3.3 billion. So the numbers are probably actually higher, are lower for renewables and higher for how much they give to fossil fuels. And the truth is that renewable jobs, they've already worldwide, there's more jobs in renewables since 2016 than there are in the oil industry. And in Canada, the fossil fuel industry employs 1.1% directly in jobs directly in fossil fuels, whereas for clean energy and clean tech, it's already 1.5% of Canada's jobs. So of course, it's not just energy, we're also including clean tech in that number, but it shows that there's more sustainable jobs and workforce in renewables, which is great news.
Alex, sorry, can you just say again where you got the statistics for the jobs? I'm just curious to know.
So if you go to Canada, let me find the link.
Is it ironandearth.org?
Yeah, ironandearth.org is the organization, but for jobs, I got it from a mix of CanadaOilSands.ca report. There's a report on there. I could link them to you if you want to give me your email. And
you can jump in the chat, maybe.
Yeah, it's just I'm not able to copy from my notes on the slide.
Okay.
Is
it cap.ca? Something like that?
Pardon?
Is it capo.ca? Oil sands, or there's something else?
It's really CanadaOilSands.ca, and then there's also it's from a mix of a couple places. CanadaOilSands.ca, then cleanenergycanada.org is for the renewable energy statistics. I have both.
Clean Energy Canada. Sorry, cleanenergycanada.org.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Put your email in the chat, and I'll send it to you because I have the exact links here.
Okay, that would be awesome. Is the investment in pipelines part of what they're investing more than for green energy?
That's a good question. I would have to dig into it, but honestly, it's hard to find the breakdown from what I remember. Like this section I did like almost a year ago now, so I can't pull that, and I don't have it written down. But that's the sort of question that I want to hear so that I could answer that question.
Yeah, it's because I feel like it's especially controversial with how they're still like very much disrespecting Indigenous communities by doing that.
Yeah, that's actually something I could. I kind of want to question about the pipeline. I haven't done enough research to address it, but that's also something that I should address, is that there's no real mention of Indigenous communities in this presentation, which I think is a fault. So thank you. I will actually address that.
If you'd like, I could send, because last summer I worked a bit on like a report for Brookchild, like for the Cree community in Quebec, like northern Quebec. If you'd like, I could send you a link to the report. It could be a fun stuff like for trivia relating to them.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, perfect. I'll find the link.
Thank you. Okay. Great. Okay. Let's get a few more done. We have 10 more minutes. So, system solutions for 500. Canada implemented a carbon tax nationwide in 2019. Give 2 ways pricing carbon can help reduce climate change. This question needs work, but I'm curious to see what, rather the answer needs work, but I'm curious to see what you guys think are the answers here. So 2 ways pricing carbon can help reduce climate change. yeah, you guys got that for sure. That's one way. Yeah, that was perfect. So Monica got the second one that was looking for investment in clean energy. Yeah, so if we go to the answer slide, so it de-incentivizes the use of oil, and it accounts for fossil fuels cost the environment. Ronaldo, thank you for the link. And yeah, it's true, it draws people's attention to the problem, but it's also very controversial because there's a lot of campaigns to make people think that carbon tax is going to make them lose a lot of money. But the Canadian government has been very careful to show that, so they do tax, like they tax everything that's related to fossil fuels. And so things do cost more, but they give benefits, especially to places where rural communities and places that are people that need to use a lot of transportation, they give money back, and they actually give more money back than these people are expected to pay. But that's not the way it's communicated a lot of times, because it's the oil lobbies that are pushing for against this taxation. But it's really important because you could see here that every industry in Canada, the main industries, all of them have reduced their megatons of CO2 emissions. So in blue you have in 1996, and then in red you have 2016. So you see everyone reduced except agriculture increased a bit, except for transportation, oil and gas. So that's where the majority of fossil fuels are, right? So that shows these are the last sectors that really need that extra push to reduce. And carbon taxes in Quebec and BC were implemented early in this, like in early 2000s or mid 2000s, and their economies grew, and so basically proving that the carbon tax doesn't really affect the economy for individuals. And so yeah, so the carbon pricing is important to put pressure on these sectors, and also ideally would be used to invest in clean technology. What it is being used, and it's not, I think it's only like 5% or something, and the rest is actually going directly into these repayments to individuals. So a lot of money is being pulled from these high emitting sectors and putting it back into people's pockets, which sounds pretty appealing, but it's not. A lot of people don't know that that's the way it's working, and that's for the provinces that don't have that are using the federal carbon tax program, because Quebec and BC and I think a couple other provinces have their own program. So if provinces have their own program, then it's the federal program comes in. Okay. So I'm gonna go, I think this one is the food one. This is partially the food one, so we'll go over this one. Personal solutions for 300 points. In developed countries, what is the most effective way for you to reduce your CO2 emissions? A, use less plastic. B, stop regularly using a car. C, take one less Atlantic flight a year. Or D, a plant-based diet. Okay, so we got 7 votes. We have, and polling, share results. So we got 5 votes for D, a plant-based diet, then 3 votes for B, stop regularly using a car, and then 1 vote for using less plastic. So according to the study that we used here, live car-free is the most effective way because you're directly emitting, right? Then we have avoid 1 round-trip transatlantic flight, then buying green energy using a more efficient car, switch to an electric car, to car-free, and then eating a plant-based diet. So on this, these are all related mostly to transportation. So if a lot of the youth that I'm doing this with, their transportation is limited, so I emphasize that, yeah, eating a plant-based diet is where you have the most control. Marissa, there's E option because one of the questions has an E option. I think I know I was the one that asked for the E option. Anyway, so for a lot of people who can't change their transportation habits, eating a plant-based diet is actually really important. And I mean, for transportation, using trains when you can instead of flights is a really good way to reduce your pollution. And yeah. How much time we got left? We got 5 minutes, close it up, or 3 minutes. So we'll do one more. I want to do the food one because I think it's fun. Oh yeah, this one just for, because I want to do the food one, but electric cars actually emit a lot more greenhouse gases in their production, but over their lifetime, they'll emit significantly less than a gasoline car, because unless you're at a coal plant, and unless you're powered by a coal plant. So if you're charging your electric car with coal energy, then it's actually better to have a gasoline car, believe it or not. But here in Quebec, it's totally better to have an electric car, and in most places it's better, even as long as it's not coal. And most places in North America aren't coal anymore. Okay. Shoot, where did I put the food one? Oh yeah, which of the following foods is the biggest contributor to climate change? I know some people will know this, but I'm curious to see. So is it A, tofu, B, chicken, C, cheese, D, beef, or E, tuna? And if you want to get particularly involved, you could rank them in the chat from worst to best. Oh yeah, everybody knows.
I think after Olivia's presentation, we are so aware about the food.
Yeah, and yeah, Olivia has the so everybody said D, and that, yeah, both Monica's close, but I'll show you guys. So share results. So the worst is beef, then it's cheese, then chicken, tuna, tofu. So Alex says worst is the sector of tofu beef produced in place of the Amazon. Yeah, I think tofu would still, I mean, might be more complicated if there's a lot of deforestation happening, but I would imagine there's deforestation for grazing for beef as well. So tofu would still be better than beef, even if it's coming from Amazon deforestation. But in general, are just almost exclusively beef and lamb. So ruminants have the highest emissions, right? Then we go, this is a nice little graph. So post farm gate, so that's like transportation. And then in orange and in green, we have the actual emissions from production. And you see that beans, tofu, and vegetables and nuts are much lower than all animal products. But and if you're vegetarian, if you're eating a lot of cheese, that's your weak spot. But I mean, you're still doing your part. That's what I would emphasize most with students. It's like, you don't have to cut all these things out, but if you just reduce them more and more over time, then it actually makes a big impact on your personal footprint. So milk is a lot lower than cheese because cheese is basically super highly concentrated milk. So you're using like 10 liters of milk to get a little thing of cheese. I think
you have to process cheese. You have to warm it up. You have to cook it, right? Depends on which you're talking about, like a cottage cheese or the yellow cheese, for example.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So it's a process that takes a lot of energy.
So I think we'll wrap it up there. And so I'll leave my email if anybody wants. I mean, you can send it to the email for the conference as well. But I mean, that wraps up our conference. Thank you guys for listening. Even just practicing it helps me reflect on how I'm going to finish this because I've been working on it for 1.5 years. I'll stop my share. So thank you to everybody for participating. I really appreciate it. And if you want access to it, email me. I put my email there, alex.v.pache@gmail.com. And I have an email list that I'm going to send it to when it's ready. And then you could even play it with your friends if you want, play it with your family. And I think it'll be very useful for educators. And thank you for helping me with it. And Ola, do you want to do a little outro?
You want to close? I would like to leave the honor to you since you had such a fantastic workshop. I enjoyed so much. I'll just thank to all our participants, attendees, our co-organizers, the For Space for co-hosting, for everyone for making this event a great event, for making it going smoothly and lively at the same time. Thank you very much. Alex?
The same. Thank you. It was really a pleasure. And I think we achieved our goal of making connections and hearing new ideas. I learned a lot, and I hope you all did too. And I think we all have to practice more at communicating to people who aren't in our discipline. And I think we've all done that pretty well. And we'll keep doing this every year because I think it was a great success. And people every year will make more and more connections, and we could practice more and more every year how to better communicate our ideas to the public, because that's a huge part of the solution, right? Is getting these ideas out there and getting them implemented and pushing culture into the realm where important climate action is a reality in every facet of our lives and sustainability in general. So thank you, everybody. I really appreciate how much effort everybody has put in. And thank you, Anna, thank you, Doug, for helping make this a reality, because it would have been a lot harder without you.
Thanks, guys. I won't murky the waters by adding any more thoughts here because you've said it perfectly. I'll just give you a few seconds to read all the great comments coming into the chat, congratulating you, and yeah, looking forward to the next iteration. So congratulations to the three of you in this beautiful organization, Paniola, Alex, Étienne, who's not here right now, but anyway, congrats, guys. It was fantastic. And yeah, we look forward to working with you again in the future. Thanks for bringing us into this journey with you. All right, on that note, folks, we're going to close up this meeting. We wish you a very good weekend, some relaxation and fun, and a lot to digest, a lot to think about. So thanks very much. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Take care.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.